Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's all right. Nice to have you all here on a Sunday, exceptionally, due to the Ukrainian festival, which I had a lot of fun last night and going to, and the bands were good, and the food was great. The Ukrainian pierogies and borscht soup were just amazing, and all the pastries. I just had a great time. And there were a few bands there that were actually very, very good. One was like very rock, almost heavy metal. One was more pop rock, but two bands that were amazing. And I just love the Ukrainian spectacle when, they dance and their folkloric dances and stuff. It's just always a lot of fun. So it was really, really cool yesterday to be there. Okay. One thing I see here is that it seems the names of people have come back to what they were before. As before they were all like funky names. And now it's like, okay, back to normal. Let's start the dock to control panel live. And here we go. Make sure so I can see how many people are following. And here we go. I think it's pretty much okay now. This is okay for now. This is okay here. I can now follow everything. Also keep an eye on the stream's quality from the statistics and the data. I'm uploading 10 megabits per second right now, which is amazing when you think about it. That only 20, 30 years ago, we were barely at 1 megabit for the speed of our internet. Okay, this is good, and also we'll have I'll bring up the pages of a few things I want to check out. Pirates, if any pirates are there. We'll have, apparently there's one right now, so. And we have Priam. We'll see if there's, on Sunday, what is there on Sunday? So on Sunday, wow, nothing much. In 3 hours only, we'll have a M12. So nothing before 23 UT in terms of number of stations. And this is okay. I don't know if it's fixed. There was a Red Sea cable that was cut, and 17% of internet traffic was affected apparently. Okay, and EIBI for the schedules, and I have a little something. Oh, I'm happy EIBI schedules has been updated. They had not been updated since August 2nd. They updated their schedules now for September the 6th, which is great. So, a little later on, I got something cool to show you guys. I've actually received it today, and this is a new toy. We're going to talk about it. It's in this box. It's the Retevis A3. It's a quad band transceiver, portable transceiver. We're going to unbox it live here, and I'll give my first impressions about how it looks. Looks interesting, one thing for sure. So this is going to be great. I thought I'd get it only tomorrow, Monday, but I was looking at my emails and it was like, delivered. I was like, what? Okay. And it was there next to my door. So this is going to be a lot of fun to check out also. And I can't wait to bring this portable along with me at parks and at my little urban de-expeditions for sure. So welcome everybody. This is the live show, which usually happens on a Saturday, but because of the Ukrainian festival, we have changed it to Sunday for this weekend. We are back to Saturday next week. So there's an advantage that I like for this is that sometimes it brings in a few people that aren't available during the Saturday show, but are available on Sunday. So it gives a chance for some people that rarely or can't get here live to finally get here live, which is cool. My name is Gilles, and I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. That's northeast part of North America. And we, of course, are here to entertain and talk about radio, shortwave radio, amateur radio, and even scanner radio and all sorts of things radio. Somebody actually sent me an email and asked me if I could quickly in the live show today talk about a little bit of what to expect and several frequency ranges from the long wave band up to above 30 megahertz. So I guess that could be a little bit of fun to talk about some of the things that you can expect to hear, and that might guide some of you towards a better listening experience. Knowing where to tune for different things is always nice, and I'll give a few links to specific bands, utility bands, amateur radio bands, where they are, international broadcasts, and talk a little bit about single sideband, how it works, and how to listen, and when you use LSB or USB, or these are all questions that are always coming back and back. So this, I think, is going to be interesting. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. We have the best people around. That's for sure. I mean, this is honestly a great gang of people that just enjoy being together and sharing with, of course, radio in mind. This is what unites all of us here, radio. And when this is over, we have a Facebook group that is the official SWL channel group. Also, of course, the group that's kind of linked to this YouTube channel, and that's where the discussion continues after we do some live show and exchange here. This goes to Facebook, and there's a lot of activity in the group. It's a lot of fun. More than 4,000 members now, and I will announce for the first time here what's coming up at the end of the month. And this is starting this month. Every month we will have a Zoom meetup, and I'm going to call it the shortwave listening experience. And what happens with that is that we're going to use the Zoom meetings, which is a very different way of meeting together, seeing people, which is a lot of fun. Tune the bands and talk and discuss about what's out there, and give challenges. Tune the bands, and depending on where you are, I'll have challenges for different parts of the world. So if you're on Zoom and you're from, say, Japan, well, I'll have some of the signals, the stuff you can tune in Japan, as well as things you can tune in Europe and things you can tune in North America. Like that, there's for everybody. There's a little something for everybody, and we'll have a lot of fun. So this starts this month. It's open to every single people on the YouTube channel and the Facebook group. So it's not a thing that where you have to contribute or anything. This is really something open to everyone. So to mark your calendars, the Zoom meetup for the month of September is going to be Sunday, September the 28th. So Sunday, September the 28th at 20 hours Universal Time, where we'll meet up and tune the bands and talk radio, but on Zoom. which is a very different thing. So it's in 3 weeks from now, Sunday, September 28th, 20 hours UTC. Put that down on your calendar. I'll send the link to about a week, less than a week before the event, where you'll have to register in advance. So this is going to be, I think, a lot of fun for everyone to participate, join in, tune the bands, turn on your radios, and see what's out there. I think it's going to be something interesting to go look forward. Don't forget that if you like what I do, you can contribute, and contributions are welcome. You can send a super chat here. There's a little dollar icon on the chat where you can. There's also something called stickers, from what I understand, and stuff like that, where you can contribute an amount of money, whatever you can. Helps. It helps tremendously, by the way. So do help out. And of course, there's the pizza fund and cat treats, where you can participate at your with a small amount through PayPal. It turns out that I forgot, but I always give the Yahoo email. But it also works if you send it through the official Shortwave radio email. So both will work, and send it at the same account on PayPal. And once again, all the contributions really, really help a lot. They help me continue. They help me do what I do here. And like that, we have the Zoom meetup, and we can just have fun together as a radio group. And I think it's pretty cool that we have all of this available. And the reason is, I'm here to do that. So please consider a contribution, especially if you've never contributed before. And anybody that gives a contribution of any sorts, you will be eligible for of course, Canadian International DX Club membership in December. And also, you will be up for I'll have some kind of surprise also to give away in near Christmas. And this will be for everybody that donates to the channel, either through here or PayPal. So I think this is going to be pretty cool for everyone. Hey guys, I need to take 2 seconds, and I'll be back with in a few seconds. I'm going to leave you with Radio Romania in French for 2 seconds. I'm back.
QSL au format PDF électronique pour les 6 premiers mois de cette année 2025. Afin de vous mettre l'eau à la bouche, voici un premier descriptif de la thématique des cartes de cette année, le géoparc UNESCO de Tsara-Hatsegului. Le géoparc UNESCO de Tsara-Hatsegului du pays de Plague est une aire naturelle protégée du département de Hunedoara dans l'ouest de la Roumanie, classée au patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Il allie patrimoine géologique, naturel et culturel dans un espace à la valeur scientifique, éducative et touristique essentielle. Officiellement reconnu comme faisant partie du réseau mondial des géoparcs en 2005, ce site est administré par l'Université de Bucarest et vise à protéger et à valoriser durablement ce territoire unique. La région est célèbre pour ses découvertes paléontologiques exceptionnelles, notamment les fossiles de dinosaures nains qui vivaient ici il y a environ 70 millions d'années sur une île tropicale de la mer Tethys. Outre son importance géologique, Tsara-Hatsegului conserve les traces d'une longue histoire, des dates des Romains en passant par les époques médiévales et modernes. Les visiteurs peuvent explorer des sites géologiques, des sentiers thématiques antiques, mais aussi des églises en pierre, des forteresses et des villages traditionnels, dans une expérience complète alliant sciences, éducation et tourisme culturel. Le géoparc devient ainsi un modèle de développement local responsable où nature et communauté cohabitent harmonieusement. Voilà, j'espère que ce petit résumé vous aura donné envie d'en apprendre davantage. Patience, chers auditeurs et auditrices, car chaque semaine, le courrier des auditeurs sera l'occasion pour notre équipe de vous dévoiler le descriptif d'une nouvelle carte QSL. Donc n'hésitez pas à nous suivre de près si vous ne le faites pas encore. Je clôture le sujet de carte QSL pour prendre les délices dans les réponses à vos messages. Bien, bonjour à Monsieur Voyer de France qui nous a récemment écrit: je me permets de vous envoyer un email suite à mon écoute de l'émission du courrier des auditeurs d'aujourd'hui. J'ai constaté que mon courrier n'a pas été mentionné et je n'ai reçu aucun mail retour au courrier à la suite de ma lettre envoyée vendredi dernier. Un grand merci pour vos retours, monsieur Voyer. N'ayez crainte, tout est en ordre. Nous avons bien reçu votre lettre et nous répondons à tous les messages que nous recevons, mais dans l'ordre chronologique et non pas la semaine de la réception. Il faut aussi compter avec les délais de la poste roumaine, délais qui ne sont malheureusement pas toujours très efficaces. Vous nous confiez dans votre lettre préférée les cartes QSL papier écrites de notre main. Bien évidemment, je ne vous cache pas que nous aussi préférons largement communiquer par carte et par lettre, mais il faut aussi malheureusement composer avec la réalité du terrain et les coupes budgétaires et réductions de personnel ne jouent malheureusement pas en notre faveur. Il faudra donc accepter que l'époque des cartes QSL papier est malheureusement révolue, du moins pour le moment. J'espère toutefois que cela ne vous empêchera pas de continuer à écouter nos émissions, mais aussi à nous écrire par lettre ou par email pour nous faire partager vos impressions et apporter votre riche contribution à cette rubrique. Nos amitiés à notre très cher auditeur Paul Jamais de France qui rebondit dans l'un de ses messages sur le sujet des jeunes courses. Le voici, je le cite: j'ai été vraiment très surpris en vous écoutant rapporter cette phrase extraite d'un récent courrier de M. Aubier, que je cite: pour ma part, j'ai toujours trouvé anachronique la poursuite des émissions de RRI sur les ondes courtes, mode de diffusion qui a été abandonné par tant de stations ces 30 dernières années et qui conclut les ondes courtes, c'est l'indépendance. Les ondes courtes conservent un rôle stratégique majeur pour la résilience de la radiodiffusion internationale, notamment dans les situations de crise, de censure ou pour desservir les zones isolées. Un grand intérêt repose sur leur indépendance vis-à-vis des infrastructures modernes, leur accessibilité financière et leur capacité à atteindre des populations vulnérables qui ne disposent pas d'accès aux technologies numériques ou satellitaires. Monsieur Jamais, merci pour ces mots. Évidemment,
And we are back. So, it's Radio Romania 11975 in French. And sorry for the little... There might be a few of those during the show. And just to let you guys know. Okay. So... Yeah, I know, Craig. I guess it's our way of trying to say, well, hang in there. It's not going to be very long. It's better than I'll be back in an hour. So, by the way, here, cheers, guys. A little bit of beer. So, anyways, lots of fun coming up, and I hope that everybody's going to be having a great time. Thank you, Blogger for your contribution. I saw it come through PayPal. Always welcome. Thank you so much. And apparently I'm live. So, let's start saying hello to everyone. So like I said today, for those that weren't there a little earlier, we've got this to look at that I just received an hour ago. Retevis A3. I'd zero beat that. Nice to have you here from Scotland. Matt from Colorado. Nice to have you here. MDK2 in Denver. Mike B. Nice to have you here from Colorado. Megan. Nice to have you on board from Colorado. Lots of people from Colorado today. Rotten Animal. Nice to have you here from Toronto. John Brewer. Nice to have you here from Leak City, Texas. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que ça va bien. Nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. And we have, everybody got their original nickname back. Somehow, it was an experiment maybe from YouTube, and they probably got a lot of people ranting, saying, "What the hell are you doing?" And they just stopped, because I know that apparently we were selected randomly who had the new naming system, and maybe people just said, "Hey, this is crappy. We don't want that." Andy New, nice to have you on board from Bristol, UK. M7CUN, pretty cool to have you here. 54 Cal, nice to have you on board from Northwest Pennsylvania. Marvin Motz from the Japan Islands, nice to have you here. Jerry Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Paul the cat is in the living room couch now, taking a nap. Perry, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. YZFR1 biker. John Burr, from one end of the world to the other. Yes. And let's see here. Blogger Die, nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. That is Father's Place. London 19657, nice to have you on board. And Blogger Die spend the afternoon trying to get ATS working on the DP666 radio. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KC2TEL. Nancy, nice to have you on board. Did you go to the Ukrainian festival yesterday? Absolutely. Here's some pictures to attest of my presence with my nephew. We always go there every year. First of all, there's the food. I had the borscht and the Ukrainian pierogies. This is the food, which was great. And this is one of the pictures, what it looks like. It's a lot of fun. And with my nephew, here we are at the concert that they had there, which was great. You could see on here, this is the tower of our Olympic Stadium in Montreal. That's right here. And so me and my nephew having a lot of fun at the Ukrainian Fest was really cool. With Ukrainian beer, of course. So really a lot of fun to be there yesterday. And we came back. It was so funny because we were laughing. We crossed one of the big parks in Montreal because that's where the concert was. And it looked real spooky. And I took a picture and I said, wow, if we disappear, maybe it's because there's some, probably some monsters here that are, gonna show up from the fog. It was just so funny. It's like, it really looks spooky. So, anyways, I had a lot of fun. By the way, at 2030, I believe Radio Romania is in English on 17580. And I have this noise now, which I never had before. So I'm going to check it out. 17580, I believe, is the frequency in a few minutes for English to the East Coast of North America from Romania. So, Nancy, Endines had a lot of fun. Good food, great people, and actually I had the occasion to use the Google Translate app. So when at the concerts in between, when sometimes they were talking in Ukrainian, I could actually see what they were talking about. It was kind of cool. It works really well. And what surprised me of the Google Translate app on the phone is not only does it translate, because, before when we had translations, it kind of worked, but it was always weird because it's like word by word. So sometimes the sentence looks strange. But Google Translate clearly listens and tries to put the context in. So it actually was much better. It was a great translation. One of the examples was a Ukrainian military that's a hero there, a 21-year-old guy. And I could read all this story, and it was correcting itself. I could see that the text was coming, but it was correcting itself because after a few phrases, it understood the context and knew that the translation before needed to be changed in order to be more accurate. And that surprised me. That was like, wow, it auto-corrects because it knows what it translated before is not exactly what was supposed to be said. But it knows. So it corrected it so that it's good. So I was amazed with that, and I these are great tools that we didn't have before. It's like you go somewhere and you don't speak the language, you can actually understand what they're asking you. It's pretty cool. Marvin Motz, Paul the cat sits by the shortwave, eating some pizza, and radio tuned to a faraway preacher. I'm probably going to be more on a faraway station that is anything but a preacher. Mysterious sounds from the nighttime ether. Yep. SWL Brazil, nice to have you on board, and welcome aboard, Italo. And nice to have you here. I believe it's the first time. Is it the first time you're in the chat room? I think it is. Welcome aboard from Brazil. Hi, Ricky. Nice to have you on board. Ça va très bien. Handled this a little bit of a bug this week, kind of a intestinal bug, which is not fun. John Zarella, nice. So welcome aboard, Ricky from Calgary, 26. Here it's about 20. What how is it? It's 19 Celsius. It's about 65 Fahrenheit. This is going to warm up. Actually, I'm planning, if everything goes well, to go to Perry Island on Wednesday. I'm going to take the occasion. It's supposed to be around mid-70s. Mid-70s, upper 70s. And I thought that, as we're in September here in Montreal, we got to take every occasions now when it gets warm, because starting in September, you never know when the temperature finally dips and it's too cold to go. So I'm going to probably do one more Perry Island expedition this week. For the rest, not gonna die. Woohoo! Love boxes. Jay Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. And nice, if not a cool day here. Only 72. W8113 SWL. Nice to welcome aboard. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you here from Northern Vermont. AA1SU. Jean Arash, did you have fun with the Ukrainians? Oh yeah, they're it's a lot of fun. I've been going there. So this year is the 25th anniversary of the festival. I remember when that festival was very, very small. They were literally 20 minutes walking distance from here. There's a Ukrainian church, and behind it there's a small park, and they would close the street. I remember the first time I went there, it was small. They just closed the street. They had maybe 10, 12 different tents with different foods and stuff. And it was great. I actually missed that time because when that was like that, you could see the old ladies sitting in the park on tables and making the pierogies in front of your eyes before they get cooked, and they serve you the pierogies. Same with there's donuts that are really, really good with prune jelly in it, and they are just amazing. Back then, it was the same thing. They had a big vat of oil and of cooking oil, and you could see them take the raw donuts, drop it in the oil, cook them, and it was fun because if you like donuts when they're real hot, just came out of the cooking, And that was great because it's like, oh wow, warm donuts. This is really nice. So I missed that. It was more personal also, but the festival grew at a pretty fast rhythm. Then they moved to the park. When I do my walk in the park videos, which is a park 10 minutes from here, they moved there for 2 years. But apparently all the people that live around the park complained that the music and all was too noisy. And this is where we are today. It's like, before people could do stuff and nobody complained. Now there's always somebody complaining about something. So they did 2 years there, and so everybody complained it was too noisy and there was too many people and they couldn't park their cars. And so they moved it to a big park, which is Parc Maisonneuve. This is one of the big parks in Montreal. And so actually a little story behind Parc Maisonneuve, which is near the Olympic Stadium. It's a really big park, and it was designed by somebody that had Central Park in New York in mind. He wanted to have something big in the middle of the city, a bit like Central Park is, and that's where the design and the way they actually made that park, which is next to the Botanical Garden here in Montreal. The design comes from Central Park in New York. And so it's a really nice big park. Somebody who wants to go to a place where there's really a lot of space. I mean, that park is huge. And it's actually a nice area too. There's the Botanical Garden. There's that park just next to it. The funny story about that is when I was a teenager, me and my brother, in the summertime when we didn't know what to do, sometimes we'd talk about, well, we want to go to the Botanical Garden. And it's like, yeah, but, it didn't cost a lot of money. I don't remember how much it was back then, like maybe, $5 or $3. I don't know. It's something, ridiculous. But, a teenager, we don't have money. I wanted to actually spend my $3 on stamps and envelopes for reception reports. But when you went to the park, there was a little spot where we knew there was a breach behind some of the bushes. So what we'd do is we'd go to the Parc Maisonneuve, we'd go where the bushes are, and then we'd go through that hole and then enter the Botanical Garden and spend the afternoon there for free. So we did that several times. The only thing is, well, there was no thing. It's like, nobody checks if you paid or not to get in. And there's nobody that's going to check if you get out of the Botanical Garden or anything. The only thing we couldn't see was the interior spaces. They have these. There's a lot of things to visit inside also. But that is, they check to make sure that you paid for that. So, anyways, a little funny story of the good old days. Matt, MDK2, have been taking my PL368 out on hikes. Its lack of triple conversion makes it noisier than the PL600, but it's been a nifty little radio to have on such excursions. It's a nice radio to bring along when you go to different little spots. When you want to have a radio that's not too big, not too heavy. A PL600 is great, but it's a little heavier. It's bigger. It doesn't have the same convenience. So yeah, and the ETM scan on PL368 is fun to use also for automatic scans. Don Royal, nice to have you on board from Sun City, Arizona. And so I guess I don't see Romania today on 580. I don't know if it's propagation, but Spain is very strong on 17715. So Spain is very strong on 17715. So Don Royal, nice to have you here. WA7330SWL from Sun City, Arizona. Blagadai, I should go down to the patio. Cloudy and mild down here. So cool. I'll be right there. SWL Brazil is PU2805 SWL. Cool. Welcome aboard. John Zarella brought along my FT891 using a G5RV inverted configuration. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm Radio Guy, K6PSM. Nice to welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. Rick Myers, nice to have you on board from South Daytona, Florida. Got his CIDX messenger today for my membership. Yep, the new CIDX bulletin for September is out for those that are CIDX members, and hope you enjoy. We have Brian Penny. Nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. John Zarella, my FT991A got destroyed by lightning. It was a sad day and still is. Wow. So when did that happen? This is the thing about lightning is we got to be careful because you don't need a direct hit for something to happen. All you need is to have, a close enough strike, and the electromagnetic field is strong enough to blast your radio. So this is Matt, MDK2 view of my show right now with the cat. His cat is right next to the computer watching the show. Pretty nice. Nice to see the view from there. So it's pretty cool. So we've got cats watching. Pretty cool. Okay. Old Radio's got a new Alexa show and got this stream going on it. Cool. Cool. Ricky, it might be a little less interactive than usual today as I step away from my keyboard now and again. No problem. Megan says, got a pocket radio delivered Monday. No branding, but model XJ10P. AM, FM, weather band, shortwave, 5.622 megahertz. $9 delivered and works really well on AM, FM, and weather band. In Denver area, shortwave is okay on 13-inch metal whip, I would guess. So, cool. When you get these little radios for not much money, it's always fun. Always fun. So, pretty cool. Blogadai, you take 2 seconds and I'll go run a power cord down the patio. Cool. 2 seconds up. Man. Hey, Jasmine, nice to have you here from cloudy Seattle. I guess that's what I was saying, Craig. I guess we say just a few seconds or a minute, just come, and it's usually longer, but it's just like we just want to tell people it ain't gonna be very long. Hey, Penny, nice to have you here, Penny C. We have Parlez-vous français? John Zarella. Do you speak French? Let's go back up. Just gonna find where I was. Okay, here we go. Penny C parle français. Okay. John Zarello, FT891 is a nice little radio. London 19657, nice to have you here. Paul Stringer, nice to have you on board. Jean Arash, no more paper QSLs from Radio Romania. So it's possible. I know that they had designs made, but, budget cuts. I'm okay with EQSLs anyways. Usually they're faster to get, and what I do is I have photo paper here, So what I do is I print them on photo paper, which gives me kind of a QSL card anyway. So as long as there's a card, even if it's an EQSL, I'm okay with it. And the postage. I mean, I sent several letters recently with QSL cards for stations for my ham radio contacts. Man, it's just so freaking expensive. Penny C Ukrainian Festival was just fantastic. Had a lot of fun. And spent the evening there with my nephew and had a few beers and looked at there's a nice concert going on. I'll you know what, Rick Myers, I'll find a way to have your QSL go through. I'll send it another way because it's weird. I have you. I mean, your address is very clear, so I don't know what's happening. This is weird. There are these weird things with the postal service sometimes that I just don't get. I sent a QSL to a guy in Vancouver, and he sent me his QSL, which was fine. I got, and it's from Montreal to Vancouver, a letter should technically, within a week, should be there, And I think it was 2 months later, he said, "Well, I got your card 2 months." Now, we did have some postal disruptions and all, but still, I don't know. Unless that has something to do with it, because I know that the postal service here is still kind of not happy with their conditions and stuff. So there could still be some postal disruptions and problems, and I don't know. Sometimes I wonder what's happening with my mail. It's just so bizarre. But I'll arrange for one to get there, Rick. We'll find a solution. I'll think about it, because you did send me one, and I did send 2 times now, which is so weird. You're gonna get 18 of my QSL cards in the same day or something in 6 months. But you'll have it. 54 cal E11 was faint but buried in the noise at 20 UT. Came in decent at 1430 yesterday. Cool. I didn't check to see if it if it was there to tune in. I looked too late. So Penny C, love pierogies. Oh man, just love it. Kevin, great to see you on Sunday, brother. Nice to have you here. If for some of you, I know that it's better on on Sunday for some people. So Kevin got a nice strong signal in Detroit for 11975 on the IC 705. Diamond discount mounted on the roof. Cool. No problem, Nancy. I'm happy to share the pictures. I took a few, and usually I take a little more, but no, it's like Jasmine. That fog is normal out here. Well, here that fog is normal, like in September, sometimes October, when we start getting colder temperatures, and the ground and the water's still warm because we just come from summer. So that would be kind of normal in places like that park, for example, and stuff like that, or near the water shore. But fog per se here in the city, say a blanket of fog across the city, I think we don't have more than 1 or 2 times a year that we have fog. It's actually almost an event here when we have fog, especially thick fog. It doesn't happen very often. Talking of fog, it reminds me in my, I think it was in the 90s or something. My brother was living in another spot, and he calls me up, and he's like, "Have you seen what it looks outside?" And I look outside, and there's nothing. It's normal. It's it's maybe like 10 p.m. and night. It's normal. I don't see nothing unusual. And I had my telescope out. I was looking at Jupiter with my telescope. So the time that I went from my telescope to answer the phone, saying, well, there's nothing unusual here, where he was saying that there was so much fog that he couldn't even see the other side of the street. And I went back outside. First thing that I noticed, Jupiter was gone, and the sky seemed to be like blanketed by some clouds or something, but actually it was like the way the fog was arriving. And I would say in 15 minutes we went from nothing unusual to I can't see the other side of the street. Literally. That was the most amazing fog I've ever seen. And one other episode of fog that was amazing that I remember was going to high school. And I remember walking in the park where the high school was. And it was so unreal that I was walking in the fog, couldn't even see. I was going in the general direction. I knew what the school was. But I couldn't see the school until I was quite close to it. So these were the two moments that I remember were pretty intense, but it really doesn't happen much here. London 19657 has peregrines quite often. Pretty cool. Jasmine says large language models revolutionize Google Translate. Oh yeah, it's better than it was before, definitely. It's interesting. I didn't hear anything on 17580 up here in Montreal, and you're hearing it. Blog or die. So this is very, very interesting. Nothing up here, but you're getting it. It's so weird how propagation could be depending on... You see now it's there, very, very weak. I barely get a signal. I can hear there's a little something in the background, but nothing much. E.T. himself, nice to have you on board. Kevin, we get the best pierogies in Hamtramck just outside of Detroit in Michigan, but I'm sure they're fantastic all over the place. And here I had to go. There's a few places that I could go. There's a Polish delicatessen that isn't far from here. They make sandwiches and all sorts of stuff. I know I could get a lot of stuff like the pierogies that they make there, stuff like that. And there's another one, Wawel, which is in the south part of the city, that they have a lot of stuff there. Megan says, I do have an AN80, and I have other really radios that are better on shortwave, but the XJ10P is actually good for $9. The question is always like that. It's like, I always, when I talk about a radio, people are like, well, that radio isn't good. No, the radio isn't good if you pay $300 for it. But if the radio is $10 for it, then you can put it in perspective. Is it getting at least a couple of shortwave stations? Well, if it does for $10, kind of interesting, But it's always a question of how much money and what you're getting. They're crappy if you really get nothing. But if you get something, like little, I got a couple here that are very inexpensive, but they get some shortwave. They are not too bad on medium wave, and I mean for the price. So, you can put them in a category of, well, for the price, not bad. And I mean, 30 years, 40 years ago when I started, more than 40 years ago, it's like you didn't have any $9 radios. They didn't have the cheapest receivers back in the day, little portables, were almost $20 for the most part. There were a few inexpensive ones with the AM/FM, like I think the Radio Shack had some those flavor radios that had different colors. Those were not too expensive, but still, they were more expensive than $9. John Zarella, preachers on shortwave can get nutty. Oh, yeah. I remember the one, there's a screaming preacher on, I think, WWCR, which always makes me laugh. That one makes me laugh. It's like you just, he's talking real relaxed, and then suddenly just screams away something. It's like, whoa. J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego, California. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from Florida. MDK2 says, I never cared for Brothers Care for any typical shortwave preachers, but the guy who had the full gospel hour where it yelled incoherent, where it was always good laugh. Yeah, that's probably the one where I'm talking about. That's the one that I was like, every time I was tuning the bands and I fall on that broadcast, I actually stayed there a little bit because it was just, I'm just laughing my head off every time I listened to it. Actually, I had done a recording and some friends came over and I said, like, listen to this crazy preacher on the shortwave. And we all had a good laugh on that. It was like, oh, God. Oh, yeah, it's Sunday. It's there's football. There's football. John H., nice to have you here. Blogger I've been to the botanical garden, very nice. And yeah, it's one of the, it's part of one of the they're kind of linked to other botanical gardens around the world with a lot of science in mind, in helping out to find all sorts of new ways of growing things and of stopping, maybe disease for plants and stuff, but in natural ways, not artificial, pesticides or stuff like that. That's pretty nice. But it is a nice botanical garden, definitely. Actually, we're going to go, me and my nephew, in mid-October. There's the Chinese Lantern Festival that is there, and it's always very beautiful. I mean, it's the same thing pretty much year after year, but like I told my nephew, it's like, it's it's an outing. We go there. It's at night. We see the stuff, and it's kind of cool to go around at night in the darkness and look at the lights and the light shows and stuff, and all the lanterns, and it's kind of a way to slowly get into Halloween. Lagadai Radio Romania gets signal except fading on the Spark Elect DP666 and the DX286 Dakota Sen. Cool. Paul Stringer. No, I've not checked yet. I saw that you sent me that. I didn't check it out yet. I'm going to check out later, Paul. John Zarella, if you all pray for my FT991A to come back to life, I'd appreciate it. Arthur's Autocrafter's Kitchen, nice to have you on board. From Massachusetts. Thrilled with a $4 Bose Wave radio that I picked up at Thrift yesterday. I saw the pictures. Amazing AM FM DX performer. Pretty cool. James VW, nice to have you on board from Monroe, Michigan. John Zarella says, anybody into mesh static? Ricky, I wonder if polar propagation isn't the best today. I was listening to North Korea and China this morning via Don receiver. Even there was a lot of fast fluttering fading. Yeah, the fact that we're higher in latitude, I think, is affecting our shortwave quite a lot. Definitely, because Blogger Die is getting it, and he's in the lower states, in the mid states basically, and I here in Montreal, it's like I've got absolutely nothing. So it just shows how different propagation is from one place to the other. It's also another thing that's amazing for me is how propagation is different from sometimes just 100 kilometers away. I'll receive something really well here, and somebody like in Ottawa, which I do not consider far in the schemes of things, will say, well, I'm barely getting it here. And I'm like, wow, it's just 100 kilometers or a little more, and you're not getting it. It's like having somebody 100 miles away saying, I don't hear station, and you hearing it really well. It's like, wow, it's such a small distance for such a huge difference. You know, when it gets a couple of thousand miles, no, okay, yeah, I understand, but, you know. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. We have Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you on board, M7EIW. Pretty cool to have you here. What else do we have? What else do we have? Let me just try to get here. Okay, here we go. So good evening, Mad Radio DXer. Nice to have you on board, John. Marvin, okay. Rob's radio channel. Nice to have you here, Rob. And yeah, not bad. Not bad. Had a special week, let's say. John Zorella, my UHF and VHF still works, but Jesus said they couldn't repair the radio. Okay. Kind of interesting. Nate Van Gelder, what happened with the MLA-30? Did you manage to get a real one? Yeah, I'm still waiting for it. It's supposed to arrive in the next few days. So it says, I think it said Tuesday on the Amazon. So Marvin Mutz, very rural and some choice mountaintops. Since this is Japan, I can install units with batteries and solar panels without fear of theft. Cool. Craig Martinetti. No, I never. Well, they did send me some emails, which was like, I'm not even sure somebody understood what I was asking for. I'm not even sure. So it was like, yeah, okay, I'll forget about it. It was like, yeah, I guess, I don't know. I guess they don't QSL anymore. They didn't seem to really understand. Catalan, you know, CJB is not what it used to be before. And so I can understand. Probably have newer, younger people that don't really understand all of what HCJB was in the past. So, Catalan, nice to have you here from Germany. Craig Martinetti is from Oxford County, Ontario, Canada. Blagodai, there's a famous Ukrainian animation called Hedgehog in the Fog. Aha. Jasmine, most morning in Seattle in the fall are foggy. Mad MDK2, I once experienced a fog like that here in Denver when I was a kid. Very atypical for us, as you might guess. Literally couldn't see the house across the street. It's so weird. When you don't have fog all the time, it's just weird to go outside and go through the fog and walk. It's like being in another dimension. Toast and Love, nice to have you here from Alabama. Matt, only weak carrier for us here in RRI 17580. RRE, Spain on 17715, on the other hand, is very well copied. Dines, thanks for doing the show today. Now my weekend feels normal. Fred Water, pierogi. Yeah. It's just so good. Just so good. RJ Dakota, YouTube channel called CollectorNet, has an AM shortwave pocket portable by Sony from the early 60s. Wow. Ricky, for anyone who hasn't seen yet, WRMI is a news casual, and there's a lot of the World Radio Network being put online. They're kind of phasing out the classic redneck radio, which is gone, thank God. And there's a lot of World Radio Network stuff on it, which, you know, I that's when I was talking with Sheldon yesterday. I mean, it's for sure that the WRN network is not paying to be there. So I don't know. I had, it's been a while that I've been thinking about something like, asking Jeff of WRMI if I put on a show that he could put on the air for free. In exchange with that, I would promote WRMI and ask people to donate to help them continue broadcasting. If he'd be interested in trying that, put me on the air. I'll do a 1 hour show of something shortwave, and don't charge me anything. But in exchange, in the show and even maybe here, I would kind of promote WRMI a little and say, well, you know what? If you want to give donations, I wonder if you'd be okay with that. Maybe you would. That's the other thing, Ricky. Yeah, maybe they're keeping all the slots and the time open and are waiting for clients to, get in, and that's possible. Because, they're not being paid to put that on the air. Which also questions another thing. I'm always wondering, where does he get all the money? At the cheap prices, where does he get all the money to fix everything? Every time the transmitter's gone or something's wrong, every time a antenna goes down, 24 hours, 48 hours, it's fixed and it's up and working again. That costs a lot of money, and they have a huge field of transmitters. It's one of the biggest transmitter sites. It is the biggest transmitter site in North America. And one of the biggest in the world. That costs money. And I can't figure out that they have enough money from the paid shows on the air to actually pay for that. Plus, add the fact that if WRN is just broadcast free, well, now they're spending money without money coming in. I'm just wondering where the money comes from. This is where I start thinking like Sheldon. Somebody somewhere might be giving them money just to keep them on because they know that it's a strategic shortwave broadcast site. And by doing so, if something happens, it's still there, up and running. E.T. himself heard a couple of days ago on CBC that a farmer in Quebec set up a greenhouse specifically for growing ginger. First crop in now. Oh, wow. That is cool. We're getting more and more of those things. These greenhouses that are growing all sorts of things. In winter we can actually have Quebec strawberries that come from a greenhouse, which is kind of weird when you think about it. But somehow they don't taste the same. There's something about, the strawberries in the field. It's like there's something about the summer that's just making, but still, it's kind of cool. Jasmine, I bet people report those lanterns as UFOs, especially in fog. Sorry. It could be. You never know. But there's so much, I don't know here how it, like the reporting of UFOs and stuff. What's the, where could I have information about? Where could you have information about, the UFO sightings and reports, say in Quebec? I don't know where, the police, I guess. Yeah, Fred Roderer, REE has added Chinese. Fred, by any chance, do you know when English is? So I noted that French for 1 hour was on Tuesday at 22 UT. And I listened on Wednesday, there was Spanish. I listened on Friday, it was, I think it was Portuguese, I'm not sure. Or was it Spanish also? But I haven't found the time slot where English is. RJ Dakota could probably put the international radio report on WRMI. Yeah, that could be also another thing that I was thinking. Put the international radio report 30 minutes and do my own little 30-minute show and package that as a 1 hour broadcast on WRMI. Blogger Guy is getting CFRX, including now. Yeah, you know, with the distance that you are from Toronto, you're probably just at the right distance for the maximum of the signal. Like here in Montreal, I'm probably a little close to Toronto for that skip zone. So it comes in, but it doesn't come in that strong. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Fred says my ODAX colleagues, Steve Kenny, looks after QSLing for the CFRX. ODXA, yeah, I looked at it and I was like, isn't that ODXA? Yeah, that's it's been like that for a while. That it's the club that's actually giving the QSL reports. RJ Dakota, CFRX, is a station that used to be very rare, now made common by so many stations leaving. Yeah, because what happened to CFRX, it's not very strong. It's barely a kilowatt. Back in the 80s, 70s, it was hard to get because there's so many stations on shortwave that they were pretty much buried in the general noise of all the broadcasts. But now frequency is pretty much quiet even around it, so it makes it easier definitely today. Still, when I go to a urban de-expedition or just go to a walk in the park, it's always there, good enough to listen to. It's really here it's difficult. Luna Nile, Maggie, Lincoln, nice to have you on board. Brother Waters, and my ending background is English, Norwegian, but I love Polish, Ukrainian food. MDK2, I always think of Stephen King's story The Mist when it's really foggy, but that's rare for me. Yeah, there's something in that fog. Old radios, pardon my silence, I've been fiddling with the new Alexa. No problem. Have fun. It's kind of fun to play around with these things. Matt says we get localized fog along streams and the winter months, but nothing to affect every place across a given area. Well, it's the same like here. Here, if you go outside of the city, say, you will get fog. There are places that are foggy. When I went to go up north, for example, near Mont-Tremblant, the place called La Conception, where my dad had his shack. That place, you get fog quite often. It's foggy, it's mountainous, and there's a lot of lakes. So in the summertime, you wake up in the morning and be foggy until about 10 a.m. Enough when the sun gets high enough to go over the mountains and start, shining down in the fog. That's where the fog dissipates. So I'd say that when it was kind of humid or in those little, those cloudy days, very often in the morning until at least 9, 10 a.m. It was very, very foggy. And then 11 or noon, big sun, no more fog. I always loved the way that when it gets to nighttime in those places where it's much more nature than Montreal, and we were in front of a lake, and we would have the fire going on, and it's like we would look at the lake and shine a flashlight, and we would see a little dancing fog starting to just above the lake. A little dancing fog, which would slowly get thicker and thicker and suddenly come on the land, which was kind of very cool to look at. Lunanon Maggie Lincoln, I am buying the Texan 368 and Ethon Executive this Tuesday night to extend my ham and airband hobby. Pretty cool. You're going to have fun with that. Drive Within, nice to have you on board. Fred Water, you could call it Radio Montreal International. And that'd be a good name. Drive with which shortwave or overall radio is best to buy? Texan 2200X or anyone please recommend? If you have the money and you want to go there, the Texan at 2200X is a great radio. If you like big radios, I think you're going to have fun, and it's a great receiver all around. But you can also, go cheaper and in price. There's some radios that are really good for much less. That you could go to Texan PL680 or something like that, which is still one of the last good old PLL analog receivers. Works well, does well what it should do, and it's going to be less expensive. All depends what you're looking for. CFRX on 6070 is about 1,000 watts, 1 kilowatt. And from what I've read somewhere, not even. I think it's a little less than that. 800 or 900 watts, apparently. Arthur's Autocrafter's Kitchen. Alan Wiener's such a crackpot. I don't believe a word he says. Always begging for money. I had not listened to that guy in a long time, because he has Alan Wiener has from time to time the kind of a live show on his WBCQ station on the Friday night around 0 UT, 8 p.m. Eastern. And by chance on Friday night, I actually came across that broadcast, and I stopped there a little. I stayed for the part where he actually was talking about how he was fixing the transmitter on 6160, and that he had like tons of parts from old transmitters that he would actually bring along to fix things. That was kind of interesting, but then when he falls into the general discussions and starts with all this crap that he talks about, that's where I just can't. It's like, okay, got enough. I could have got 20 minutes off of your transmitter repair. Now you're just annoying. So half of his live broadcasts are just more annoying than interesting, actually, for me. He's just a nut job. So, yeah, well, here it's confined to the botanical garden, so, there's no danger. It's all kind of controlled environment. So, but if you want to get an S2200X drive with, you'll have a great radio. And if you like a big radio, Madagascar World Voice in Mandarin, good signal, 11610. Let's check it out. That's from Madagascar. Yep, pretty good. So that signal is actually coming from Madagascar. Yeah, that's what I had. Ukrainian Vereniki. That's what I had yesterday. It's always really good. Always very, very good with the sour cream and everything. It's just great. Luna Loud Maggie Lincoln says, on another note, could your AM station transmit with 6 megawatts of power to reach USA or not? Well, actually, there used to be stations in the past that were like 1 megawatt. Even, I believe, Algeria at one point had 2,000 watts on longwave, 2 megawatts, and they were on longwave. I believe they're lower power today, but there were some, and these were the easiest to hear on the medium wave, low, and long wave bands. But there were a few powerful stations on medium wave also. I believe Russia had a couple of extremely powerful medium wave stations. But still, because of the nature of medium wave, it's still quite difficult to receive these stations here. So, it's better to use shortwave. MDK2 getting radio FARDA 12035 in Denver. So that I was hearing quite well too. I believe it's actually showing up here on the dial. If I go to 12035, here we go. Very strong signal. Where is it coming from? 12035 is from, let me check out the schedules. 12035 is from at this time, it's from the Wolverton UK transmitter site. So from 13 to 17, they're from the United Arab Emirates transmitters. But now at this time, 19 to 23, they're transmitted from the Wolverton UK transmitter site, which is kind of interesting. Huh. Gene Cannon, nice to have you on board from Louisiana, and 5WFZ, welcome aboard. Our friend that talks about Ukrainian pierogies likes is PL660 and a Quotacent DX286. Great radios. Luna Loud Maggie says, I have my own imagery medium wave station 7474 Trixie Tang running with strong propagation. Okay. 54 cal, check our Russian channel markers on 7038 and 7039 USB. Because you're in the ham band there, so you got to be careful. It could be, are they just sending single letters? Because they could be ham stations in Morse code on 7038. I don't remember if there was a place there where they were actually showing up. Oh, do they show up there? Yeah, there are channel markers there. It's easy to know if it's a ham or channel markers just send one letter. So it's like the ones. Let's try. I'm gonna try the ones on 16 here. Do I hear 16331? I'm not hearing any on 16 megahertz right now. Let's try RWM time signal. Oh, it's not very strong, but I'm hearing the time pips of the Moscow time signal 9996 CW. So MDK2 Ellen Wiener has absolutely nothing interesting to say in my opinion. Timtron is more fun, but you never can get those broadcasts out here. Yeah, I remember Timtron one night, which was just so fun. He was live and he was testing 6160 again, and there was a glitch and he didn't know what the glitch was. So he was doing a live, just talking about the transmitter and all this stuff. And every 10 to 15 minutes, the transmitter would go off. And it'd come back 2-3 minutes later. And he was explaining, and he was like out of breath, because he was explaining that he was running from the studio to the transmitter to turn the transmitter back on, and then coming back to the studio to do the show. It was just a very entertaining evening. I got to tell you that. It's just, okay, this is fun. Let's listen to that. These are the kind of unusual broadcast that you're just like, oh, this is cool, and it's out there. It's different from everything else that we listen to all the time, and you never know what's going to happen, and especially when it's live. And he was taking calls from listeners and stuff, and it was kind of cool. Fred Water English from RAE seems to be on hiatus. Can't find anything about the news casual. The last English podcast and their website is August 14th, so I guess it goes with the fact of English not being there. So, but I'll listen again on Tuesday. I'm curious because on Tuesday French was there at 2200 for 1 hour, which I found cool though, to have an hour, a full 1 hour. So, the Win 1960. Nice to have you here. Yeah, technically, the Wernicke is kind of a dumpling. Yeah, but it all depends on the technical aspects of what you call the dumpling and what you call a pierogi. So, it's for me, there's a difference in what a dumpling is from that. But you know, I know that when I went there, it's when they have the ad and they have the price. It's like Wernicke, and next to it says Ukrainian dumpling. Anyways, it doesn't matter what you want to call them; they're just really good. Different Gear TV picked up a secondhand at St. Gian PRD5. Really happy for Medium Wave DX. Cool. Mike 11610, weak but audible in Colorado. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Blogger picked up Shane 1 Algeria on 153 kilohertz last February. That is cool. That is really cool. So, yep, Wifferton for 12035. Dusseldorf, it sounds like they're having a CW contest on 40 meters. That's possible. I believe there was a CW contest this weekend, if I'm not mistaken, going on until 23:59 UT today. Luna and Maggie, I picked up the last broadcast of Gander 6604 in June. Now we only have Trenton 15034 6754. Yep, Gander's vomit is now gone. Absolutely. Hang Par, welcome aboard from Los Angeles. Nice to have you here. Matt says, nice catch. RWM is still only night receive for me, except under extraordinary conditions. Yeah, it seems to be easier here in Montreal for that. 1180 is Vatican Radio, definitely. Blogger Die. Mike says 9996, loud and clear in Bayfield, Colorado. Drive within my family watch this channel in India as well. We got Philips Radio and got great signals of Radio Lahore in Pakistan, China as well. And this crazy world of internet. I'm glad to have folks like you. By the way, talking of Radio Pakistan, we talked about it on the International Radio Report, which I will have the YouTube version posted later tonight. Pakistan is investing in modernizing and fixing their shortwave outlet. So apparently, they want to be back on, but real good, not like before. Right now, Radio Pakistan itself is not on shortwave anymore. So in the near future, we might have Pakistan back with shortwave broadcasts. That's also good news. If you think about the possible projects, which is always, possible projects that hopefully are going to work. We have Voice of Nigeria that's gotten a few $1 million from the government to upgrade and fix all their transmitter site. They have the biggest transmitter site in Africa. They want to be Africa's news outlet. So it'd be nice to have an update on that and see, are they working on it, and when possibly could they be back and have some broadcasts. So You know, until it happens, we always have to wait and say, well, okay, great. But until it's on the air, how many projects, how many things did happen, or did the promises of it happening and never really happened? Let's hope that those two happen. Voice of Nigeria, would be great to have them back, especially if they have really, like all the new transmitters and stuff, and really working well. We would have probably some great broadcasts we could hear up here in North America, even in Europe. And Pakistan, another one. Well, I'd be happy. I heard Pakistan once in all of my life. I was talking about that with Sheldon. We started talking because we had that news item. And I have a QSL letter from Pakistan from something like 1983 or 84. How I heard Pakistan back then, they had a daily news broadcast on the 13-meter band, which was on 21, I'm trying to remember the frequency, 21.5 something. And I would have to search for my QSL letter. So back then, in the summertime, I was, of course, listening all the time to Radio Australia 21740. And every night. But I would always, it was I had the DX100 for a while for that, then the DX302. I'd always tune the 13-meter band, even though I knew that was one of the only signals I would hear at that time, late in the evening here in the summer. But one night, I heard something, and it was actually, I caught it from the start. Radio Pakistan had a 15-minute English news broadcast. Only 15 minutes on a 13-meter band frequency, and then it would just, switch off. I, by accident, stumbled upon the start of the broadcast. It was coming in well enough to hear the bulletin, hear the news, and I actually, first thing I thought was, okay, I never heard Pakistan before, take a piece of paper and make a reception report because this might never be again something you'll listen to. So I made a reception report that day, and I sent it in. And I had never heard, actually I've never heard Pakistan after. It's the only time I think I've heard Pakistan in all of my life. And even that frequency, the next days and weeks, I tried to listen again. I could hear a faint little signal. Something was special that night. Propagation was very unique that night. I heard it, but the other days it was just bad. So that was my reception report and my only QSL letter from Radio Pakistan from about 1980, probably 1983 or 4, somewhere there. So kind of cool. Yeah, keep radio alive, drive with him. Radio Farda 12035, good signal, blogger I has. We have, what do we have? Shortwave signals, 10235 upper side band. Let's check out what's upper side band. Oops. Wanting you to go faster than the radio. 235. Oh. That is... By ear, I can recognize what's happening. So this is some kind of radio teletype signal. And you see the pattern is the same all the time. They're kind of sending RY, which is basically the equivalent of standby before we send something else. Molly Hogan, nice to have you here from Indiana. Strange digital signal on 14502. I think I heard that one. Yeah. This is a this is a signal. It has a name. There's a thing called Piccolo, which is kind of a digital type signal. Sounds like some kind of Piccolo. I believe FLDG can decode stuff like that, or if not FLDG, mix the multi PSK software. But I think this is what we call Piccolo, which is it's been on for a long, long time. We don't hear it a lot lately, but I've heard that a few times. Blockadai, there's now a TF6686 radio with SSB. When you press the SSB button, it turns on the SI4732. Yeah, because apparently the 6686 cannot do SSB, so that's how they do it. They switch to that other chip to do SSB. Now the question is, does the receive also switch to the SI4732 for the SSB mode because the other one can't? Or did they find some way to interface both chips so that it's still a receive from the S6686, but decoded on SSB by this 4732? That's the question I have. Luna Loud Maggie Lincoln says, I've received a 10 watt TIS on 1690 on my GE Super Radio 3 here in my hometown of Howard Beach, New York, for New Jersey, called Atlantic Island Advisory Radio. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Craig Martinetti, what can we do to bring back major shortwave broadcasters to come back on shortwave radio? You can't. There's when a major broadcaster shuts down everything and they just tear away the transmitters, you can bring them back. It's too expensive to do it. It's not worth it. But you can tell them. You can tell them that they could rent airtime. I think that's the best thing to do to any broadcaster that still has some, for example, Radio Polonia. Now they are on WRMI in the schedule. They were online. They have online. I listen to it almost every day. They have an online 1 hour, 30-minute show, 1 hour show. I think it's a 30-minute show. And I listen to it online. And all of these broadcasters, all of these stations that still have online presence with some language like English, French, and so on, I think the best we could do is just write to them and say, hey, for a very cheap price, you could be on WRMI. When we say, I hear so many times people saying, oh, people are listening online and not to shortwave. Radio Romania did mention that because the budget's tight, if shortwave ceased to exist, Radio Romania is also going to cease to exist, because their metrics show that almost no one's listening to the stream, and that they have a much bigger audience by the emails and the letters and the stuff they receive from shortwave than from online. So they did mention that if shortwave would die, the whole station will die, because it's not worth continuing for the small audience that the streaming has. So this, I think, is a good indication. When I say it ain't true people listen to the streams, for most of those broadcasters, I think that's an example. And some might continue. So, So, that's the thing exactly. So, like Blogger Guy is saying, it's the SI 4732 that just becomes the radio now. So, like Ricky says, that's why it's kind of okay. It's cool. I mean, it's okay, but still, it's the TEF 6686 being such a good chip. It would have been great that that's still the receiving end compared to the other chip. Now you're just switching. You want SSB, you're switching to the other chip. But hey, I'm okay. I can understand that, and I'll be okay with that. I mean, all right. So as I'm down the chat room, I'm going to first do a little something. Hey guys, if you like what I do, I'm here every week, and we're going to have a lot of stuff. We're going to have, an Halloween show coming up. Yes, because Halloween's coming. We're going to have so many things. We have the monthly Zooms coming up now. If you remember, it's the last Sunday of every month. Starting this month, Sunday, the September 28th, we'll have our first Zoom. It's a listening session. We're tuning the bands, and we'll be all together doing that. And I'll have challenges. I'll have signals that I'll be sending, like wherever you are. I'll have something that you can tune to. Hey, whatever you're in Japan, Australia, North America, Europe, wherever around the world, I'll have challenges for you. And of course, I'll be using the EIBI space listing to find what could be interesting to everybody. And we'll play with radio and have fun. So this is starting for, until like May or June of next year, when I probably going to take some time off for the summer a little bit, and even then I don't know. But hey, it's radio time. We're getting into, especially in the northern hemisphere, we're getting into the fall and then winter, which is a great time for listening. So last Sunday of every month we'll have a Zoom. I'll be sending the link about a week and a half before. And you have to register, and we'll tune the bands together and have fun with radio via Zoom every last Sunday of the month of September. So I mean, we're doing a lot of stuff here to try to entertain you, to have all of you participate, and this is a lot of efforts. I mean, I could just say to hell with it and do something else. It's very important to help out here. So you have the super chat here. You can give me a little something through the super chat. It really, really helps. You have no idea. And of course, if you don't want me to die without any food, there's the pizza fund and Paul the cat treats on PayPal that you can also give a little something. Any amount helps, by the way. Doesn't matter what you give. Don't worry about it. And PayPal, both emails actually here work. So how about sending a little contribution, guys? It really helps. Think about it for a second. No more live shows, no more Zooms tomorrow morning. I think a lot of you would be devastated if that happened. So show your support, please. It really, really helps a lot. And thanks for the contribution, guys. Much appreciated. Okay. Ricky says, putting on my best influencer voice. If you like what Jill does, remember to subscribe, smash the like button, and hit the bell icon for notifications. Absolutely. Yeah, the famous Elite Sat. It's still being sold on some outlets, and I'm like, man, I'll be very blunt here. Ham Radio Outlet and Radio World in Toronto have stock of the crappy Ethon Elite Satellite HD radio. They're selling it for an amazing price. If you had half of decency of your customers, get those freaking radios out of there and stop trying to sell them to people. When I see that, it makes me think, okay, you have a crappy shop. You've got crappy radios, and hey, I want to sell them. And sell them at prices which are crazy. And so, hey, Radio World and Ham Radio Outlet, and whoever else does have that still and sell it, please. I lost a lot of respect for you guys right now, seeing that you're trying to sell them to someone, and you know the reason why it ain't selling. You know it's a crappy thing. Come on, guys. What a bull. When I see that, makes me not want to buy anything from any of you. Just saying. Just saying. My 2 cents. Okay? Selling just to make money and selling, for me, that's such bull. Sell something good. Remove that, replace it. Go see Texan and have the S2200X in stock instead. At least you'll be selling a radio that has some worth, not a crappy freaking Ethon piece of crap. That said, it's the moment we've been waiting for. Ta-da! I just got this just an hour before the live show started from Retevis. I have to say that I got it for free, so this will always be at the start of my videos because I want to be fair. I'm not getting money for it. I am refusing to get money for it because they want to give me money for it if they're being sold. I will not do that. For me, reputation means that it is unacceptable for me to make money off of something like this. But I will tell you what I think, how good it is, and so on. And you go buy it wherever you want. And that's it. It's the Retevis A3, which is a quad band amateur radio transceiver, and it is a wideband receiver also at the same time. Pretty much all modes, AM, FM, and a single sideband. So what do we have in the box? We first have a manual, a little manual, and this is going to be interesting to see. And then we've got the radio. So here's how it's packed right now. So this is the radio, and there's an antenna next to it that looks like the antenna from the PL 368, but it's actually much sturdy. It's very heavy. It looks like it's made of metal. Almost. Really interesting. It's a very heavy antenna here. Or if it's an antenna, I hope it is a loop antenna. So here we have that. And here's the beast, the radio. This is the radio. Let's take this off. So, wow, nice little receiver here. So this receives from the long wave bands all the way up to 1.1 gigahertz. It is a transceiver for amateur radio purpose. It operates on 10 meters, 6 meters, 2 meters, and 70 centimeters, which makes me excited because I can see myself when 10 meters is open trying to make QRP contacts with that little portable for the fun. Quite heavy actually. When I'm surprised at the weight right now. So I guess the battery is probably pretty hefty. So this is what it looks like. Kind of nice. Retevis. There's the antenna connector on top, and all the buttons, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't know if we can interface it with the PC. I'd be curious. Would it be possible to make, or do FT8 for example, from a park from it. That'd be nice if we can. I don't know yet. I have no idea. But nice little unit here. Anything else in this box? Yes, under the first layer, it's like, you know, those chocolates that you buy. They have layers. It looks like a chocolate box with layers, but it's radio. We have a USB. Oh yes, it does. I believe it does, because I recognize this, and this is going to be cool. They have a interface cable. Look at that with the two. Oh, this is going to be great. I'm already excited. I can see myself already this week, if I go to Perry Island, trying some FT8 with it for contacts with the interface cable, if that works. What else do we have? We have a charging dock. So this is a charging dock with a USB part on it, which goes with, of course, this power supply here. And we have this little band to make sure that, you know, you hold the radio right and don't drop it. You have, of course, the belt clip. Nice little belt clip. I think all of it looks pretty sturdy. I can tell you. And you've got the antenna. So this is the antenna that's with it. And they have different antennas also that come. So this is the antenna, which is very interesting in what it is, with a SMA connector. So which means that I can put this here and just put it in, and here we go, and here we go. So this is what it looks like right now. And of course it's an SMA connector, so you can, you know, bring your own antenna. I don't think there's an antenna tuner in here, so you probably need an antenna that's already working well with that. And here I just turned it on. It does turn on. Channel mode. So you could see that there's a display of the dual bands, so you can actually transmit and receive on two different bands. So this is, and I believe it receives on two bands at the same time if you want to. So let's see here. Can I quickly understand how to put something that I can listen to, like the weather channel? I believe it has a weather band already in it, but okay.
Channel mode 1. Frequency mode.
Frequency mode 1.
Squelch.
Oh. Okay, this is squelch. So I probably have to press something to. So band. Exit. Right now it's on long wave. It can receive all the shortwave bands, so it can receive everything on shortwave. 36, 174. Okay, so this is interesting. 350, 400, 70. Let me try something here. So it has the air band. Of course, you can listen to the air band. 136 to 174. Oh, this is weird the way it actually scans. I'm gonna check that out. So I know he's need a little more. We'll be talking about it, but so far, pretty impressive to see what it could do. That little interface cable is definitely going to be interesting. So this, they give you this Where does this one? This one must go somewhere like at the top here, I guess. So this radio has a, it's kind of waterproof. So it has a lot of, yeah, I guess this is where it fits for the antenna. Yeah, that's where it fits. So if I go to band, let's check it out, band. Okay. Let's try to go to medium wave band. We'll go to one of the stations on medium wave. TSN Sports.
Yes, with up to 40% off South packages, it's a good idea to book now and really stretch out your summer. Go to transat.com or contact your travel professional for details. Conditions apply. Air Transat. Travel moves us.
So I'm on 600 kilohertz medium wave right now.
You know that we also recalibrate your front camera after we replace your windshield? In fact,
There's a little bit of distortion in the audio though.
the warning you get when you veer off lane and even your system rely on your front camera. That's why it's important to recalibrate it.
Kind of weird.
When technology changes, at
Maybe it's the bandwidth or something. We're going to check it out.
at speedyglass.ca.
Huh. It feels like rubber around it.
On the TSN radio network.
Let me check if I hear. Yeah, I'm kind of.
Studies have shown that people who have drinking water that has a higher level of lithium are less prone to
That's CJ80 800.
disease. And now a very interesting study was.
So, anyways, we'll be testing that out. But that's the Retevis A3. It is a wideband from long wave, 100 kilohertz, all the way to 1,100 some megahertz. Scanner radio, basically, but it's a ham transceiver, quad band, that's the part that's interesting for me, because I'll be doing, you can do 10 meters, 6 meters, 2 meters, and 70 centimeters. So I'll be making a lot of videos on it. So hope you guys enjoyed the unboxing of the Retevis A3 quad band transceiver. We're going to check out the rest. Okay. It's $99.99 US on the Retevis website right now. $99.99, so $100 for the quad band. No problem, Craig. Ricky, putting on my bed. Okay, that's all right. Craig, guess what? My mom's birthday is Halloween. When my dad was alive, his birthday was April Fool's. Oh, that's funny. April Fool's and Halloween. That's just funny. You know, you guys know. Well, if you don't, my birth date is March 20th, and you have no idea how many people I know that are all on March 20th. Which is like, what? Why do I know so many people that are on the same date? And there's the same goes through also with my brother, which is August 2nd. When my brother's birthday happens August 2nd, I have to actually wish happy birthday to several of my friends that are all on August 2nd also, which is kind of weird. There's something about that. So, you know, it's just funny. Okay. Ricky, my misfortune with antennas continue. The little plastic connector on my whip extender cracked recently. Need to order a new one. Will have to string up my interior random wire again. upholstering or what shops to stay away from. You know, the problem is that these big shops, these big chains like, Am Radio Outlet and so on, they're dominant because there's not a lot of other choices. So if you buy, you have to buy the stuff you know is good. I think what you need to do is do your homework. Know what to buy before you buy it. Not go buy something just because it looks cool. This is the biggest problem. The original S2000, the Ethon 750 / Grundig 750, which I still have here in the back, it's on that side, is actually the tuning knob doesn't work anymore. And I mean, didn't have it for that long, and almost didn't use it. The thing that you have to do is, like, radios might look cool, but it's not the way you buy a radio. It's not because it looks cool you buy a radio. It's because it works great. And this is where you gotta either come to a channel like here, ask questions, or do your homework. Search, look at reviews from different people. You can believe my review, but like I also do, I have reviewers that I go to, that I trust. Like some of you will go here because you trust me. But I never go to only one. I look at several that I always trust and look at each comment, because we all have a different way of looking at things. For example, a great match is if I review a radio and Blogger Die talked about it in his blogs, it's absolutely worth it to look at both. Look at me and look at him. We complete each other in a way because he looks at stuff that I'm not, it's like I don't really care about it, even though, like, when a radio starts to be complicated to, like, for example, manipulate and tune and do the stuff you want to do, he's good at telling you, well, you know what, this radio is, the ergonomics are no good, or it's very difficult, or that radio is better to use, or this one's easier. In that aspect, he will tell you, I might tell you the radio is great in performance. He might tell you, yeah, but, if you have, some disabilities, it could be a complicated radio to use. He'll complete that. So look at more than one reviewer. Same with me. You trust what I say, but and I do it as fair as possible. And like I just told you that the Retevis here that I got, the audio is a little clippy, scratchy or something. If it's like that everywhere, I already know a company is not going to be happy with what I want to say. But, let's not jump to conclusions. I just turned it on. But still. And honestly, they gave it to me. But I don't care if they never give me a radio again because they don't like what I had to say on it. So be it. So be it. That's the way it is. I will never say a radio is good because he gave it to me. I'll say a radio is good because it's good. And that I will not change. So it's good to watch different guys and different, channels that review. But make yourself a, like I do. I got a few places like, Radio J Allen is a great site. His reviews are in general excellent. My findings are interesting because of a different way of reviewing stuff that I probably have. So it's kind of, something to look at. Find yourselves a few guys that you trust and look at each, reviewing the same thing. We all have our little something that we're good at. I'm good at finding the little glitches that are weird that nobody else has found. When I told about the Ethon 750 off frequency by about 3 kilohertz, everybody told me you're wrong. Your radio's broken. I said, nope. Put yourself in a wide filter. They're all off by 3 kilohertz. I only had one reviewer that I watch that actually said, yeah, it is off by 3 kilohertz. You're right. I also found the same thing. And I got a couple of those reviewers that also we sometimes exchange emails. So when I review a new radio, they're like, oh, I reviewed it too. I didn't. And sometimes it's like, oh, I didn't notice. You made me notice something I didn't even notice when I tested it. Because, you know, there's so much to look at on a radio to make sure it's good. And of course, all the time, I always say, my reviews reflect the price of the device. You know? Honestly, the way I will use this radio, even if the speaker's kind of scratchy, it might not be that much of a problem anyway. You know, as long as I hear what I want to hear, and you know, probably can use some external speakers or something. But you know, it's all in the way that you look at a radio and how you test it. I test it with a knowledge of 40 plus years of understanding how a radio should work, should be. And I'd say I probably have read several thousand reviews over the years, of the 40 years. Well, it's interesting that frequency that had like this RTTY signal now has some kind of weird oh, and it's gone. Wow, some kind of weird digital mode, I guess, on 14502. So, you know, it's all of that together. I think the question is, you know, well, I said it's sad that these stores have and sell that radio, but once again, if I want to buy a radio in Canada, Radio World is pretty much one of the only places. There's not a lot of other. There's like maybe 2 others that have stuff. But I mean, when you think about it, there's not much else. So you end up buying from them because they're the only one, you know. Harold Anderson, nice to have you here from Norway. LB1NH. Luna Loud, next year I might buy Malahide DSP2, Daddy, and Senjin ATS 909X2 for adding SDR. What else do we have? Gareth Brennan, nice to have you here from Dublin, Ireland. Frank Ireland pre-ordered the Eton Elite satellite from Universal Radio and had to wait almost 3 years before it finally got released. Universal Radio would not ship any of them until they be tested, basically. It's the Retevis A3, for those that wonder what that is. Retevis A3. You know, cost is relative. When people want to buy a radio, honestly, if they really want to get something big, or you know, they might be impressed by something else on a radio, the price is, for a lot of people, the price isn't, you know, not for everybody, but for a lot of people, the price isn't necessarily that big of a problem. They'll want that, and they'll pay for it because they want that. So that is good as long as if you pay for that, you're paying for something good. I mean, you want to have something great. You don't want to have something that just doesn't work. So, that's the thing here. It's like, you can sell it at a high price if it's really good in performance and everything. But, and people will go for it. I mean, look at the number of times. I don't know how many. I'd be curious to know how many Texton S2200X receivers were sold. They've been out of stock at an Onco several times. Is it because Texton is not making a lot of them? They're waiting if they're going to sell, and if they sell them all, they make more? Or is it people are just finding it so cool and they want it? Hey Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. You keep getting dropped from the chat. What's happening? TV Dostrovsky. So it sounds like it has all bands like the Yaesu VX6. I'm guessing a much less. Yeah, like I told you, $100 is the price for it. It is insane, $99. This is crazy when you look at what Yaesu and ICOM offers in portables and the prices they are, and you're looking at what these do. One of the first things I want to do is later on tonight is transmit on 2 meters and 70 centimeters and with my frequency counter. I'll look at the accuracy of the frequency. But honestly, you start looking at, there's diehards. We talk about how radios are manufacturers. You're kind of addicted to a manufacturer. If you're a ham radio operator, you're either a Kenwood guy or a ICOM guy or a Yaesu guy for the rest of your life. But when I look at these little things that are now happening and getting into our world, and thinking about how these little things are so less expensive than what the big gun manufacturers are offering us. And you look at what they offer in features, in performance. I always see this guy somewhere at some point. There's always this guy that will at some point come on and say, "Oh yeah, these the Baofangs, these cheap radios. I'd rather have my ICOM whatever portable. Those cheap radios are just crap." Well, they're not really crap, I'm going to tell you that. And if you think like that, I'm sorry, but you're avoiding the fact that, well, you know what? We're in an era where China's coming in with radios that are much less expensive. And I'm sorry, almost, if not as good as the big gun companies. That's what we call competition. Fair or not fair, that's another story. And you know what? That's the world we live in now. And I can see new people getting into the hobby, buying things like that. Why? Because it's just less expensive. And I think the big manufacturers need to look at that. And if I'd be ICOM, Yaesu, and so on, I'd be worried right now. I'd be worried about what China does, honestly. So, what else do we have? Different Gear TV. Nice to have you here. It says there must be an 11 meters mod for that. I don't know. I'm going to start learning about it a little more. Rick Myers, KO4OSA. Take care. Stay safe. MDK2, I'm looking forward to the test videos. I'm already halfway to committing to getting one for my next radio. Yeah, I am going to, there's going to be a lot of videos for sure. I'll be actually doing live, not live, but like videos with, you know, like making contacts and interfacing it with, you know, a tablet or a PC to have it work with the maybe FT8 or doing stuff like that. I mean, if this thing works with FT8 in a portable way, oh man, this is cool. And of course, all sorts of other things. So there's gonna be a lot of videos. Me and the field, they absolutely want me to make a lot of videos for sure, showing the capabilities. This thing is a complex radio. It has a lot of, like all the radios, the ham radios today, these portables have tons of menus and things to go through. So, you know, all the radios, March 19th. So the day before me, Hang Par, March 25th. All radios, March 25th for the mom. Pretty cool. Well, happy birthday, RGA Dakota. Yeah, 5W1SA. I worked him on many bands too. So Adrian Van goes, that radio does not, you mean transmit on 10? Yeah, it does. It does. It's a quad band. I have the, in the specs it does show it transmits on 10 meters. MDK2, hope it was a good one. That day was also work, friend's birthday. Okay. Blueberry pound cake. That looks good. Frank Ireland, thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. Harold Anderson, take a look at OM0ET Paul's YouTube channel. He is very good radio amateur and has a lot of good videos. I believe I've watched his videos a few times. Andy, have you seen a new Chinese radio incorporating about 4732? Yeah, that's what we were talking in the chat earlier. And we were talking about the fact that what's a little sad on that radio is now it tells us that the TEF6686 chip cannot do SSB. So in reality, all you want to do is, if you go in SSB or airband, you're just switching to another chip. So it's like switching to another radio, which is not as good in performance necessarily as the 6686. So it's cool to have it, but it kind of turns me off because that's not what I was expecting or not what I wanted. I would have wanted that the receive still stays on the 6686, whatever band you're going on in whatever mode you're choosing. Lunaland Maggie says, I knew some like N8 FM and K78 GE have YouTube channels, and I receive them in person on the PL330 on NQESDR. 57 Steve DX, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. Podcast's fine. He's on the living room couch taking a nap. Blogadai, my DX286 and the DP666 are both getting a strong signal in Spanish on 2485. So yeah, it's a DSP artifact, definitely. Some kind of image or whatever is happening there. So, does it sound like Spain? Oh, yeah, no, we're weekend, so does it sound like Spain? Is it getting Spain on 2485? That's interesting. It's like the Texan receivers when you do a scan of the bands to see what you're going to hear. Very often you get these little images and weird artifacts around 2300, 2400 kilohertz, which are often either medium wave stations or some kind of weird mixing products of strong stations, maybe on shortwave. All of these radios do that. There's something about it that makes them behave like that on the lower frequency ranges. If I do a scan, especially if I go to the park where there's not a lot of noise, and I do a scan, say with any text and receiver, I'll have 2 or 3 2 megahertz frequencies which are fake. They're not true, and this is a tough one for a lot of for newbies, because they'll come on the Facebook group, and I had one get mad at me saying, I am hearing a Spanish, or whatever, broadcast on 2465, and how dare you tell me that the radio it's an image, or no, there's a broadcast there. No, there isn't. You don't understand, and I'm not trying. And they get mad because it's like, yeah, you're just trying to belittle me because look, that's not at all the thing. Stop taking it to the first degree. I'm just telling you, there's no signal there. It's an image or it's an artifact of your radio, and that's it. And it's something you learn with experience. It's like when I got my DX100 in 1982. I knew nothing about shortwave radios. It's a single conversion receiver. What that means? It means you got images every 910 kilohertz higher of the stations you're listening to. So I'd hear, there's a station on 10450. Well, there was no station on 10450. I know today. Back then it was like, I wonder what that is. Why can't I find any info? Why does Passport not show 10450? I must be hearing something special. No. Then you listen to it, and you listen to IDs. And one day, you come across a text. I don't know where I read about it, but one of the things I remember reading about is images that pop up on the radio bands due to the design of shortwave receivers. And that's where I understood, when I hear something in a band that's outside, really outside international broadcast bands, I should go 910 kilohertz lower, and I'll hear the same thing. Now I'll be on the real frequency. But you're a newbie. You don't know about all of these things. You don't know about radio design. You just bought a radio and you want to have fun. So, you get into these little images and all sorts of artifacts. If there's one flaw that I always found, the bad flaw of the SDR play devices is their images that they pop up in 2 megahertz, 3 megahertz. You'll listen to, you'll have some broadcast on, 9 megahertz or 7 megahertz or 6 megahertz in the 49 meter band. That's strong enough. And suddenly you hear it on, 2850. And you're like, okay, I'm hearing a strong, and usually they're strong, a strong Spanish station on 2850. My experience tells me it's impossible. There is no shortwave broadcast there. And, it comes from another frequency. But you have to, the knowledge needed is that you have to learn. You learn. You learn about all of it, what's happening. But sometimes you only can sometimes just take your time, and sometimes I let it go because over time, I don't know if you guys noticed, I've been very quiet personally on answering or correcting or doing anything on this Facebook group. And one of the things is this is probably my, when we say we're on the edge of autism in some way, every one of us, the way we are, because we're a little weird. Mine is precision. I'm a little bit like Glenn Hauser. If you're going to say something, it has to be precise and correct. It doesn't mean I'm always perfect. And actually, when here in the chat room people correct me, I am happy to have been corrected, because I learned something, and next time that I talk about it, I know what I'm talking about. And I'm not offended by it. Glenn Hauser corrected me on things several times, and I'm okay with it. It's like, yeah, right, all right. I'll be better next time at explaining something. So this is where you and this is where it's delicate. I've tried to help people several times. There's one guy in Germany. He was posting a lot, and it was fun because I really liked the fact that he was posting a lot. But he was posting a lot of incorrect things that I wanted to correct to help him out. And this is where it is the problem. You want to be a good guy and correct someone and say, well, no, that's not really that. A great example on it is he was saying that, iAfrica FM is on wide FM on Shortwave. No, it's not. There's no wide FM on Shortwave anywhere. And if there's some FM on Shortwave, the only place you're going to find it is in the 10-meter band. There's no FM anywhere else. Or, there's FM on the CB, 11 meters. That's it. There's no shortwave broadcaster on FM mode. So I told him, I said, no, it's not an FM. iAfrica is an AM station, AM mode station, coming from Algeria and blah, blah, blah. And he got mad on that comment. It was like, no, it's wide FM. I can see it here on my SDR, and I can... Yeah, no. It's not because it's called iAfrica FM that it means it's an FM. It means it's an FM locally there, not on shortwave. And, there are a few ones that after a while he corrected and said, yeah, okay, you were right, blah, blah, blah. But one day he posts something which is wrong. And I, in trying to help, corrected the info. And then he came back in a private message to me on Facebook. And he said, why are you after me? I know what I'm doing. And he really was mad. He was like, you're after me. What, you hate me? Because I'm German? Or No, I don't hate anyone. I don't care about where you come from. I'm trying to help. And I noticed that, okay, for some people this is so complicated. So I ended up he just told me, well, your live shows, I don't watch because they're too long, crappy, and blah, blah, blah. And I think that you have so much lack in your knowledge. And I'm like, well, I took 3 examples of things that he had posted in the previous days. And I said, not. If there's someone that has lack in his knowledge, you have. I'm trying friendly to help you out and correct and say, look, there's a reason why. But you're not happy with it. So from this moment, the conversation's over. I am banning you from the group because I have enough of crap. And there's been a few times when there's been little kind of brushes that I see that I'm kind of brushing against an ego or something that, yeah, maybe your ego's a little too strong. You should calm it down. Leave your ego at the door. like they said in the documentary for We Are the World. And at some point, I mean, we all have a certain, ego and way of being. But sometimes you do have to sit down and be at the same level with everybody else. Stop thinking you're a better ass than anybody else. And you have to learn. But when I saw that, I kind of said, okay, I'm going to let it go. When I see something, unless it's blatantly out there that's like, okay, no, I will often just let it go. And I'm going to be like, okay, fine. Just like, let's see where it goes. And I'm not going to go there. So I've been much more quiet because I find that too many people are just, not capable of getting corrected when something's wrong. So, images are one. I don't know how many people is like, no, I'm hearing something on 2400 kilohertz. Yeah, all right. Look, fine, whatever. And I have a short fuse, so if somebody just like pins me down, I'm like, okay, out. I'm not even taking the time to explain. Out. I'm tired. And it's sad because honestly, I probably he's not watching anymore, but he probably would watch this. He was fun because he had a lot of interaction. But sometimes, you know what? Sit on your ass and stop being a smart ass. There's smarter asses than you out there that might help you. That's what you have to understand. Faisal Amin got my D808 after looking at so many reviews. eBay had a good used for $45. Not going to lie, was confused when I got it. Had to look at videos on how to use. Still researching. You know what? I think that's, if you're not someone that's shortwave savvy, if you've never really done a lot of it, these radios are complicated, honestly. I've had a lot of people telling me, you should make video manuals. Explain each feature of the manual, but in a video, and do it yourself so that we can understand. Because I've noticed that every time I use a radio, and the D808 is an example, and I do the video and press the buttons and do the stuff, I always get several replies in the comments like, wow, thank you for making this video. I understand these features because I saw you press the buttons and use them yourself. It made me understand how to use it. So yeah, there's a learning curve for all the shortwave radios today. It is probably the same, RJ Dakota. You're a Ford guy, you're a Nissan guy, or whatever. Yeah, it is the same, I believe. Yeah, exactly, like MDK2. Exactly. That's exactly it. It is the same. Absolutely. Hangpar does SSB. It does SMB too. SSB. Craig Martinetti. Yeah, ARL is a field day in June every year. The one for 2025 just passed. And there's the winter field day also. That's coming up in December. Ricky, take care and see you soon. Drive within the Ulster. Any tips on a good radio antenna I can buy in Ontario? My wife has banned a 30-foot pole in the backyard, so I need something decent that won't make me sleep on the couch. The best that you could do, I would say, the MLE30, which is not something you're going to buy in Ontario, but you're going to buy online. Loop is maybe your best bet. Two Broke Tim, why concern yourself with medium wave? No, it's not the medium wave I'm concerned about. Two Broke Tim on the radio. It's the audio that was coming out of it. There's something. I'll make videos anyways. Maybe you'll see them, and I just listening. I already had a little something that kind of disturbed me a little bit into the listening experience, as if the speaker is giving out a little bit of noise. Not the fact that medium wave. It's like it's fun to have it on a radio like this. It's not what I'm going to use most of the time. Although I will certainly do a band scan of medium wave with the little loop, just to test out its capabilities. But that's not where I was going. I was really going towards the audio. There's a crackling in the audio, and that's where I was going. That was disturbing me, not the medium wave reception itself. For me, this radio's performance in my testing will be, first of all, as a general scanner radio, is it good? The second will be as a ham radio transceiver, quad band. Does it do the job that it needs to do? I'm looking at the antenna. I'm pretty sure I'll need something better than that to make QRP contacts. But that's another story. I mean, they have an antenna with it, and no, if you're a quad band radio, there's no real antenna that is actually going to be good for everything. You'll have to have antennas specific for some of the bands. If it was a via 2 meter, like the Yaesu FT65 I've got here, 2 meter 70 centimeter, the antenna is kind of tuned for boat. But now you're gonna 10.6. Okay, I don't see that antenna being that. And then again, I say that, but I might be using it and saying, "Oh man, this is surprising. I wouldn't have thought of this antenna being this good." It's all very surprising. RG Dakota, I too need an antenna for shortwave, but with the confusion about... Yeah, well, with the confusion, hang in there, because I'm supposed to get my MLE30 this week. So, if it works well, I will give a link of where I purchased mine. And you guys will have a place where you know that you get a good one. Because I know that it's so complicated. But it's still, the MLE30 right now is the best bet for anything. Bob from Wick, nice to have you here. Blogger Ice says the 2485 kilohertz artifact was Radio Exterior Spania 17715. That's exactly what I was thinking of. It's like, could it be REE? Bruce Cobert, nice to have you here. And 9BH. Paul Stringer, I know about harmonics, but what do you mean by image and artifacts? So there's three types of noise of like, if you hear a broadcast in a frequency that's not there, there's three reasons they might show up there. So first, there's the three. Let's see. There's harmonics, images. There's the artifacts of the radio, and there's also artifacts at the transmitter site. So four things will make that happen. Okay. The first one, that is the most common in less expensive receivers that don't have double. When you start with a radio usually that has double conversion, you're kind of okay for the most part in images and everything. The first conversion receivers have the way they are designed, they create images. Images are in the mixing circuit of the radio. So you get your signal. It's mixed in usually at 455 kilohertz, which is the standard first intermediate frequency of any receiver that is single, that is just a basic single conversion radio. So the DX100 back there is that. And what it does is that mixing creates a image, which is double the frequency of the intermediate frequency of the receiver. So 455 times 2 is 910 kilohertz. So you'll have a signal, say you'll have WWV very strong on 15,000 kilohertz. Well, you can bet yourself that on a radio there's a single conversion. You'll hear WWV on 15910. That's an image created by the mixing circuit. So back in the 70s and 80s, inexpensive radios often had that flaw. They were single conversion, so they had images. And this is where, in the 80s, 70s, you wanted to have a double conversion receiver. What does that change? Is that the first intermediate frequency is way higher. It still creates an image. People don't understand that it still creates an image. But if your first intermediate frequency, say it's 20 megahertz, well, 20 times 2 is 40 megahertz, which tells you that the image is going to be outside the range of the frequencies of shortwave. So you'll never encounter an image, because that image would be at 40 megahertz. Your radio doesn't go there. It's a shortwave radio. So it eliminates the problem of getting an image. But if on some of these radios you would put a scanner radio very close to it on 40 megahertz, you would hear on the scanner radio that there's something there. That image would be possibly something you could hear. And actually, if you tune a double conversion receiver of any kind, a portable, you have a scanner radio, turn on your scanner radio and tune around where you'll have that double frequency, and you'll hear that your scanner radio, when you tune, at some point you'll pass, there's a signal that's going to go through. And this is the second conversion. So double conversion makes the image go outside the range of the receive. This is why we're fine. We don't need any problems. We eliminated the image problem. So that's an image. An image is created within the radio at the IF stage. Now, harmonics are at the transmitter site and the transmitter itself. That's why a very strong medium wave station, say you're hearing some really, really strong station on 1200 kilohertz on AM. If you're really close, because harmonics exist on every transmitter, it's just that you have to make them as less of a problem as possible. So if you would live 1 mile away from a 1200 kilohertz AM station, that's say 50 kilowatts, it's guaranteed at 1 mile that harmonic, the second harmonic, you're going to hear it. It's there. It's strong enough at 1 mile that if you go on 2400 kilohertz on your radio, you'll hear the second harmonic. You might even hear the third harmonic, which will be at 3600 kilohertz. When the aviation station here in Montreal was on 1610, it was about 2 kilometers away, a mile and a half, 2 miles max from me, and it was very powerful here. And it was on 1610. I was hearing the 3220, and I was even hearing it on 3830 4830, sorry, because I was so close. And in the case where you hear I'm really far away, well, that's because that transmitter has an issue. There's a problem there. The other two things that can happen is artifacts created by the way the radio's receiving circuit works. They're not images. They're really artifacts of how the electronics work on a certain chip. So today we're using these DSP chips. They're not perfect. They have flaws. But flaws that, the manufacturer probably said they're not bad enough to be a problem with the receive. Like the SDR Play devices also, the SI4732 chip, these DSP chips, and Blogger Die says, some reading I've done suggests DSP artifacts are with the sampling frequency, which is possible. Absolutely. Absolutely. So these are products coming from the way the signal is being processed, and that's it. And you'll have the signal pop up at some places. And the other reason that you have maybe, well, we'll talk about overload also. The other reason you might have something is if there's a problem at the transmitter site. Sometimes there's interaction between two transmitters and antennas. And it happens so if you have a transmitter site with multiple transmitters running at the same time, you might have an issue with that. WWCR is the best example. They often have mixing products. That's one transmitter with another transmitter. There's an interaction, a physics. It's all physics at this point. There's some interaction with the radio waves, and it creates a third frequency where it's like, oh, so WWCR on 4840 and WWCR on 5935, both very powerful. Interaction popping up on the third frequency, and that frequency can be calculated actually. There's a math that you can do and know where it pops up when it happens. So this is when very powerful transmitters mix in together, and that happens. WWCR mostly. I believe it happened at WRMI a few times. Usually you have to tweak the transmitters to stop that from happening. And last but not least, overload. You might be hearing a voice over a transmission that you're listening to. So an example of that is you might be hearing a if you're, for example, listening to 49 meter band, and there's very strong stations. You're listening to, I don't know, you're getting Radio Vanik Cube on 6000, and you're hearing something else at the same time with the voice. Well, here it happens regularly because WWCR 5935 packs in such a strong signal. Another mixing product that I can see on a radio is 9330, that WBCQ powerhouse. When it comes in very loud, if I'm on the 31 meter band and tune in to a station, I might be hearing World's Last Chance as at the same time as whatever Radio Romania I'm listening to. Now, where this happens, once again, it's in the radio. The radio circuit gets overloaded because the signals are too strong, and it mixes them in. So at some point, this is where you have the different specs of a radio, which are more advanced. When you have like really advanced radios or very advanced information about their circuit, they have all the information about, spurious signal rejection and all of that, which tells you up to what point the radio is capable of just handling very powerful transmissions near each other in the same band without having any problem. This is where expensive desktop receivers win over portables. They're expensive because they have more circuit and more protection. They're capable of handling extremely powerful signals without even showing it. You won't know that there are two big signals next to each other. But on a portable radio, oh, you'll know they're there because they'll mix in and you'll hear both of them on one frequency. WF7I Ombru, nice to have you here from Virginia. Good to see you on Sunday. Nice to have you here. Yesterday I was at the Ukrainian festival. The 3 Soda Summits on the air last weekends. One with 6 watts and the other 1 watt. Vertical antenna 2015-10 CW and FT8. Cool. TV Ostrowski, if you want to learn more on radio and broadcasting on all bands and want to learn about images. Oh, registration is still open. Okay. $11-meter CB is AM, SSB, and FM. There's also FM. Now in the United States, FM on CB is allowed. Blogger Die. Use Microsoft Copilot to search for stuff and fact check me. Drives me nuts when it agrees with me and cites my blog as its source. Yeah, it does that. It does that. Somebody this week told me, I said, every time I, look for a review of a radio, every time I ask for a review, your channel comes up all the time. And I believe the AI in Google search, when you ask for a review of a shortwave radio that I've reviewed, it points towards me. It will tell, according to some sources, blah, blah, blah. And one of the channels that on YouTube is okay. It's me. It's like, okay, all right. Yeah, Dostanov, I've always wanted a small pocket radio that uses an internal ferrite antenna for 160 and 80 meters. I guess ferrites don't work well above 7 megahertz, so that could limit the upper range of it. Yeah, one of the things that happens is that ferrites are great at lower frequencies, because one of the things that you will want is to have, as medium wave. If you want to tune medium wave, you would technically need, if you want to really tune medium wave correctly, an extremely huge antenna, because it's the lower you go in frequency, the bigger the antenna must be. Ferrites fix that problem because small ferrite, an enormous amount of turns of wire, and you kind of somehow fix the fact that, well, you have an enormous antenna. It's just packed around a ferrite, and you can get good reception. Ferrites are pretty amazing, but as you go up in frequency in shortwave, the physics of it makes it uninteresting. You don't want to have a ferret on 10 meters to broadcast. You're not going to have fun, or even to listen to. It's different. It's all of the physics of how it all happens and all it works. The interaction with the ferret itself, and so on. Craig Martinetti, do you have a list of rules for your channel, Jill? Just wondering. Not really. I think the rules are... The only rules I always put is no politics, no religion, and everybody will be happy. For the rest, it's very personal. It's the way you are, and so on. Kenneth from a hot and muggy Tucson, Arizona. Jill, I won't pin you down. So it's like, it's just a question of, if somebody tries to correct you, it's, don't think that, people are trying to be bad with you or anything. It's, Walter Palm. Yeah, the ICOM ICR 8500 here, which will be back hopefully next week with an MLE30. Blogger.die, the D808 manual was completely rewritten a year ago, so get the new one. Yeah, that is the big problem with today, and that's one thing I'm looking forward, reading the manual of the new Retevis radio I just showed you guys. And well, ferrites are often underestimated, Tosanov. They are actually amazing antennas. Harold Anderson, you're very right, but if you have a interest in listening to shortwave, you must learn to operate your radio. Absolutely. Absolutely. Harold. So, you just gotta, Nancy, give Paul the cat a cuddle for me. Absolutely, I will. Thanks for the donation. So, let's go up here. Go down a little faster. Maybe. I don't know, Blogger.die. That's why I was trying to find something else to listen to. Because I thought, well, maybe the first frequency I got was 690, which is very powerful here. So I thought maybe it's an overload artifact or something. I'm not sure yet, so I'm not, I'll be testing it more, so I'll know more about it. Matthew Fernald, anything about the DX394 receiver? Is it really good? It's an okay radio. I mean, it's not a powerhouse, but it was one of the last desktop Radio Shack receivers, and from what I see, people that have it seem to be happy with it, honestly. Tosanov, did narrowband FM ever happen with shortwave broadcasters? No. And the reason why is very simple. For the same reason that the airband, the VHF airband, is AM. So the thing is, the reason aircrafts use AM mode is because in low signals or in interference, you are going to receive an AM signal better and be able to copy the information better than FM, which distorts easily when the signal is not good. So imagine with the fadings on shortwave, how FM could distort and sound so bad at times, and many times. So that's why FM was never tried. It's not worth to try it. It distorts too easily. FM is great when you got a great strong signal, but not when you got a weak one. Madreader DXer, Gilles, not only was I having more people stating incorrect facts on my channel, but also lack of intention. They tell me you did this wrong. I'm like, did you listen to my videos? And you know what, John, the other thing is, you do tons of videos. They come up and they tell you, well, if you knew about this radio correctly, you knew that that's the way it's designed. And then you tell yourself, well, I got other videos that if you watch them, you would see that I deal with that information and tell you that it's wrong because of. And there's so many, I know everything, but you're bad and you don't know anything. Every day on the channel. It's like, I stopped wasting my time now. It's just like, okay, ban, got enough. Just reading the comment, ban, next. If you have a worthwhile, I can understand maybe you came through this video and didn't know my channel existed. So it's like, oh, well, you know, I got videos doing something and where I'm tuning. You know, when I do review. Hey, a review is not a test. It's a review. I'm telling you what I think. But you didn't tune it, so I don't know. Did you see the 104 videos I made out of this freaking radio tuning the bands? Go look at the channel. Okay? And there is a lot of comments that are like, yeah, you didn't watch my video. Oh, well, you didn't mention this. It's like, yeah, you didn't watch my video. You watched 3 seconds of it? What did you do? When you go look at statistics of YouTube videos, notice how the average time of people watching videos is very small. You might have 100 videos that are 10 minutes each. Well, YouTube's going to tell you the average time people watch your videos are 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Yeah, but they're all 10 minutes. The average is 3 minutes. So tons of people didn't watch very long. Tons of people watched a little bit. And there's not a lot of people that watch the 10 minutes. And the ones that watch the 10 minutes are the ones that are really, really into it. They all have watched the full thing. And I don't know. But my favorite comment will always be the same. So many times I got on the channel and was like, well, been a ham for 40 years and I can tell you you're wrong. When that starts like that, yeah. 40 years of being a ham and you know nothing. Wake up. Simon Templar, nice to have you here. John Swerzik, whatever. I'm sorry. John from Colonial Heights, Virginia. WPE4KNC. Nice to have you here. RJ Dakota, okay. Paul Stringer, when I got my Yaesu FRG 7000, I used to get a lot of harmonics back then, and I paid $1,200. Yeah, but harmonics are not the radio's problem. Images are a problem with radio, but harmonics are not a problem from the radio. They're a problem from the transmitter sites. You have to, I don't know what your definition of harmonics is. And this is where also it gets sketchy, because everybody has its terms like harmonics. What exactly do you mean by harmonics? And, you know, it's like, what exactly do you mean by images, you know? So, Danny, Shortwave, and Radio DX, nice to have you here. Yonkers, New York. Hope you are well, my friend. It's been a long time. Nice to have you here. Blogger, my understanding is that technically the term image only applies to superhead radios. Yeah, DSPs are different. And the DSP radios are also not single conversions at all. They process things differently. You make me realize that I should dive in and go a little more deep into the DSP chips, how they work and how they process everything, because it is a different technology. That is why I'm trying to find a real chip way to put up an inconspicuous antenna. Otherwise, the HOA is happy. Yeah, an MLA30 inside a plant. Get yourself a big plant. They don't care. Oh, it's beautiful. Especially if it has flowers in it. And then you stick that MLA30 inside it and they don't see it. It's like, yeah, look at my plant. Beautiful, eh? If somebody says, oh, what's that metal thing? Oh, it helps the plant stay up. I have to put something in it to keep the plant from, falling over. You got all sorts of excuses and you just put it in a plant. Next video. How to hide your antennas. Danny Shortwave, shall I have a Quansheng TK11, which is basically the same radio as the Retevis A3. They only transmit on AM and FM only. SSB is for receiving. Oh, interesting. I'll be checking that. Because they do have a... That's interesting. Okay. I'll be checking that. There's a... Because this interface cable is interesting. The reason why I'm intrigued is this. So this interface cable comes usually with a lot of the little QRP transmitters if you want to do FT8 and stuff. Unless this does not do what I think. So that's why I'm kind of curious. Anyways, I'll make videos, so I'll be telling how it is and what it is. And see if... because if they transmit on AM and FM only, the Retevis A3 becomes uninteresting. Two Broke Tim, whatever happened to Radio Havana? I missed them trash talking the US. Well, their transmitters have been hard hit last year by hurricanes, and the antenna field apparently is a big mess. They're trying to come back because apparently they have some work happening, and some have been hearing them a little bit more now on some of the shortwave frequencies. I heard them 3 or 4 times, but not in English. Actually, nobody has heard English on shortwave when they're on. Yet, I read from Glenn Hauser's World Radio group that someone wrote and got an email back saying, yeah, we still produce the English language broadcasts, but apparently they're not getting to the transmitter side. So we'll see what happens there. If I had an older handheld scanner with images from the 900 megahertz cell phone band down in the 3 megahertz range. That happened a lot on scanner radios. Where there were images. Another thing, like the ICOM ICR30, the ICOM ICR20 I have here, it goes up to 3 gigahertz. But you're using there's an up converter or a down converter for that to work. And when you use an up or down converter, it's never a good idea, because the way these work is my radio can receive until 1 gigahertz, but if you want to hear above it, I have a different circuit that hears that, but is down converting the signal to the 1 gigahertz range that the radio actually can hear. So what does that do? It means every single freaking signal you have across the VHF, UHF range will pop up again, and the up conversion of that, or the down conversion or whatever of that circuit. So that means that when I'm listening, or if I'm scanning at 2 gigahertz, I hear at intervals the same freaking signal that I'm hearing in VHF, UHF that exists around me. So that makes the experience very crappy. And this is one reason also that I always thought the ICOM ICR30 and 20 are crappy radios. You're putting a down converter so that, of course, 2 gigahertz is going to be heard at a frequency that the radio actually hears, which also can coincide with something that's broadcasting, which means it's worthless at times. And that's the way these radios work. Chuck Davis. Been picking up a Radio Havana, Cuba pretty clear lately. They've been on a few frequencies that I've been seeing, 13740. Some have monitored 15140. 6000, I've heard them in Spanish a few times in the last 2-3 weeks. Paul back from dinner. Nice to have you here. Bob from work, slightly off topic, if I may. The other week, the chat talked briefly about the ISS. What is the name of the app which you can use to track ISS? Is it Evans Above? If you have an Android phone or tablet, Evans Above, absolutely. But it's only Android. If you have an iPhone or iPad, you'll have to find another tracking app. for satellites. Joseph, what's up? Nice to have you here. Looking forward to scanning the bands with my new Texan PL680 Plus M8030 Plus setup. What's on the air? Nice to have you here from California. What else do we have? Different Gear TV, just needs Sanjian PRD5 for medium wave. I can't believe how good it is. RJ Dakota Ferries antenna for shortwave 1 up to 10 megahertz on my original realistic astronaut 4. Above 10 megahertz, I had to raise the antenna. Yeah, there's a point where they don't perform very well. Harold Anderson, can you send some watts in a ferrite antenna on low bands and get contact? If a ferrite would be designed to transmit, well, I guess you probably could. EP, have you checked out the upcoming Radtel RT950 Pro? Seems like a bargain. No, I don't know. I'm going to check it out because I have no idea. Tussin Love used to daydream about a remote studio link for pirate broadcasting so they can track down your transmitter. They wouldn't catch you, at least. You know, Tussin Love, if I do pirate radio, it's very simple. I do it with a car. I would drive up to somewhere and have all my gear, set up my antenna in some field somewhere where there's no one, and I'd do my pirate radio for, 3, 4, 5 hours at a time, pack up everything, and go back home. No tracking. Craig, no, like I said, they're kind of lost. They don't seem to understand what I'm talking about. I think their department, it's today it's like they're not geared towards what HCJB used to be, so they don't really know. Jasmine, Russian trains use narrow FM on 2150 3130. Yeah, I heard about something like that. Narrow FM for Russian trains on low band frequencies. The Rostroski AM on airband doesn't suffer from capture effect and allows two competing signals to get through. So, where in FM the stronger signal would cancel when weaker signal. Yeah, it kind of goes with that. That's the reason why AM is used there. Joseph, they know who watched the video. They should wait the comment by now. Much time. Paul Stringer, do you have another YouTube channel? I was looking for your videos for the historic shortwave radio shows. Well, I have the other channel right now. That's the only one active out of this one is my tech channel with tech videos, which is the channel that actually makes a lot more money. Nancy, on your t-shirt, I think I see a cat playing guitar. So this is the CKUT t-shirt. It's a CKUT t-shirt. So this is what it looks like. And this is from last year's funding drive. CKUT 90.3 FM. WF, so I'm, okay. Yeah, on the West Coast, these stations, Jasmine, are, and Joseph are probably the ones you should be hearing. So in 18 minutes, guys, we're going to have some spy duties. There's a Russian M12 number station that is going to be on the air on 12168 CW. So I'm going to put myself in CW. 12168. I put myself there. M12, we'll see if it's going to come in. This comes from somewhere around St. Petersburg, Russia. 12168. And we're going to be tuning that. Now, I will need to have a new beer, and I will need to continue. And that means, you guys, if you like what I do, please donate, help out. It's much appreciated. It helps me continue. You guys have no idea how, without your donation, I might have taken a break. And I'm not joking. Without the donations, I might have taken a break because it's a lot of work to do all of this. And probably would have spent more time doing videos on the tech channel to make it even heavier. Because that's the one that's really, really important for me in terms of my paycheck. But I've been keeping this and keeping it because it's been pretty cool to see you guys come through with your donations. So that's been keeping me alive. And you know what? This is why on September the 28th, there's going to be a monthly Zoom every last Sunday of the month, where we'll tune the bands, talk radio, and have fun, which is going to be an added bonus to everything. But you know what? That's a lot of time, and this is my work at the same time as it is fun. So please consider a donation. If you've never donated, maybe it's time. You know what? You sit down and you watch this all the time. You never consider giving a penny. Think about it. You know, nothing's free in life. And it, like I said, helps a lot. Once again, if you would lose this, you know, the first ones that would probably go bad, go mad, go crazy about losing something like this are the ones that probably would never have donated a penny. Well, that's what we call, maybe it's your fault. So anyways, I don't want to have anybody go, you know, oh, feel bad. I know some people can't, and that's fine. So anyways, donation through Super Chat here. And there's the PayPal option with the pizza fund. Right now, I don't even have enough for a pizza tonight. So imagine. Pizza fund and Paul the Cat treats. So right now I'm going to have a quarter of a pizza and no Paul the Cat treats through PayPal. And here are the places you can send to. Both emails work. They send it to the same place. I remember, I actually had forgotten that I linked. So whatever email you use, it's going to work. How about thinking about a little something? Okay. It's much appreciated, guys. Now, I will go get a beer. I will go also check out for my caregiving duties. And we will come back in a few minutes. We're going to have the Russian number station. And we'll be tuning around that. So I'll leave the volume a little higher with the crackling of the empty frequency. If you hear a beep, that means you're probably going to hear the CW later on. They sometimes do a few beeps before the transmission happens. So I'm back in a few minutes. Forgot the forgot the beer in the freezer because it wasn't cold enough when I put it in. So it's like I've got frozen beer. I'll let it defreeze before opening the can. What else do we have? Okay, what else do we have? WF7i Homebrew. I will need to catch up on your videos with this new rig. Wonder if it is portable. It could be great for summits on the air. So yeah, that is possible. That it would be a good radio for that. So thank you, Kenneth, for the donation. Much appreciated. So yeah, I don't know yet. I have no idea what I got exactly. So it's gonna all depend on that. On what it can do or cannot do, or what I think it could do but it doesn't. But we'll see how it works. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board for Northwest Arkansas. Logidite to DP666. Just what do we have? So let me just go here. So 12168 in 6 minutes. I'm gonna try that. And then what does it have? Forgot about the other ones, which were there. So we're gonna go at what, 20? Let me just check it out here. So here we go. Yeah, that's 03. We're at 2320. So the M12 station, yeah, until 2350, we'll have some M12. It's always kind of cool to listen to these things, honestly. Spy stations, even though we can't decode, it's part of the fun of just seeing what's out there on the shortwave bands. And also a good way to check propagation, basically. So 2140, 12, 198. Then the next ones will be at 2230. The F01 RTTY ones. It's interesting. No, I'm in the wrong. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. What am I doing? This is not the good place. I'm back in time. I hate the preamp site for that. If you go back in time, you're looking at stuff from the past, and you don't realize it until you see the dates. So here we go. So there was an M12 on 13368. The next one's on 12168, and in case of traffic on 11168. So we'll have that, and then it goes to 0 UT, where we can try the V13, which is from Taiwan, at 0 UTC. So here we go. In terms of pirate, any pirates right now? Let's see. Pop Shop Radio 6855 upper sideband. Right now, so let's see if I can hear anything here as we're waiting for the 12168. So 0 6. Oops. Oh wow, it's strong too. There's a very powerful 6855 upper sideband. Very powerful pirate. So this is interesting. 6855. Pop Shop Radio, apparently. So, pirate rebroadcasting maybe Pop Shop Radio from Tony Pavic. Thank you, Jasmine. Jasmine says on the iPhone, the app to track the ISS and satellites, Skylive. So that's cool. Yeah, but the thing is, Joseph, is that if you're on shortwave, they're not going to be able to track you fast enough for you to, you know, you're never going to get caught in a car if you broadcast from different spots every time. They're never going to be able to track you down. And we're talking shortwave here, not FM. FM is different. Tim Rostowski, the Walter White Pirate Radio setup. Get an RV and get down to business. Yep. So 54 Cal heard the 13368 or 71. Thank you, Kenneth. Much appreciated. Okay, Danny, shortwave. Cool. So the Retevis send you the cable, the A3, because not all cables are compatible. Okay, cool. I can't wait to kind of check it out. Stop laughing at me, Jasmine. Joseph, I was worried about that with having radio antenna gain on. So, should be coming on in a few seconds. 12168 CW or 12167 upper sideband. Should be there soon. Yep. So propagation must be improving because that signal from Russia coming up to here in North America, I would guess that would not be too bad. Think about, Joseph, think about what the term means. USB, which means you're tuning up. So if you want to hear what's up, you have to tune down 1 kilohertz. Lower sideband, you're tuning down. So you have to be 1 kilohertz above, tuning down. I pretty much agree with Jasmine. It's like, just use Windows and stop complaining you can't do something. But, you know, Linux is a thing and some people are hard, you know, and just that's what they want, which is fine. But when I see somebody saying, well, you know, I got Linux and now the only thing I have is this, well, just use Windows. I'm not one of those guys that, you know, when I see people going crazy on, well, I'm never going to use Microsoft stuff, that's your problem. What else? Kenneth says, if you want unwanted friends, just blog, you can decode their traffic. Man. Joseph has nothing on 6855 on the west coast. Jean Arrache, 6855 upper, loud and clear. And Saint-Hyacinthe. Then Shortwave 6855 S9 plus 20 on the Yaesu FT991A and fit antenna. Logadice 6855 upper sideband moderate to weak on PL330. Central Virginia. So RJ Dakota 6855 strong in Winsville, Missouri. Joseph is netting on 12167. Oh, Joseph says got it. Shortwave signal, hearing 12168, M12 in Florida. 57 Steve DX, 6855 Pirate strong in South Georgia. Tosanova here, 12167, fairly good, much stronger than usual in Alabama. David Ostoski, 12167, upper sideband is readable but not as clear as your QTH. Rob from Wick, I used to recommend all sorts because they are better, but now if I ain't broke, don't fix it. Avoids people running into issues. Yeah. That's the best advice. It ain't broke, don't fix it. David Ostrowski, 12167 upper sideband, readable in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Cool. Then Shortwave, I use Windows for 99% of the time when I use Linux for web serving and running ham clock. You know. Mike B, 6855 upper sideband is in making it into Southwest Colorado. So this one is pretty strong. 168 in CW mode. Sending some secret spy message right now. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. As we're getting a little later in the just gonna check here. What else do we have? That is on the, it's gonna be another, if there's traffic, there's gonna be another one in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes from now. So we're going to be checking that out. I can't wait to check out the new Retevis radio. Well, that will be interesting. Kenneth, buying the new Commodore 64. That'd be nice. 11168. 11168 is the next frequency for CW. Toast and Love, 12167, fairly good, much stronger. Okay, that one I did. David Ward, 12168, coming in good in Texas. Shortwave signal, are you guys that are using Linux using a virtual machine or dedicated PC for it? No, in general, people that use Linux SWL signals use Linux on the PC directly. They might use virtual for running a Windows. You know, for something, they'll have virtual, but usually Linux are almost always running on the machines directly. Thank you, Joseph, for the donation. Much appreciated. Because I've never donated before. Oh, man. You know, that's the sad part, is that it's always the same people, which I would really, really love. It would be more diversified. Because it's not always the same people to support something. It, you know, should be a lot more diversified than that. Especially considering the amount of people that are, you know, after a couple of days, live shows usually have a 2,000 plus views. Should be a little more than that from other people. Video signals. A lot of the Linux distros are great for if you have an aging PC that's getting slow. Linux is fun for, you know, bringing back to life an old computer that will still have some lifetime left, where Windows will not work on it, things like that. You know, it's like, for example, I got a Windows 10 machine here that's not compatible with Windows 11. When I don't see the need anymore for Windows 10 for video purposes that I make on the tech channel, I'll probably put Linux Mint or even like just you know, have one of my things that I like is have fun downloading like 30 different distros of Linux and installing each of them, going in through all of them, checking out which one, how they look, how they feel, the differences with each distro, the desktop and everything. I find fun. It's kind of, you know, kind of cool to just go through and it's like look at the work done, you know, the work that's done on so many different not platforms but distros, with the desktop being different, the icons being different, you know, things like that. Because I mean, I've dabbled. I want to have a dedicated Linux computer, and that small PC that I have there will be perfect for it. And you know, but it's not for everybody either. It's like not everyone is. So, nice setup. So Mike B has a nice little setup here. Look at that. My humble setup, PL330, using an AN80. And, of course, there's the XH Data D109 next to it. Weather band. This is pretty cool. Very nice setup. Very nice setup. And there it ended. Here we go. Yeah, old radios. Haha, Bra from Wick likes to update Linux in the terminal pretending he's a hacker from Hollywood movies. Yeah. Oh yeah, the loop is great. I got one. I had an idea of actually making videos of the using the Shoying LC90 and putting it a loop and making some videos one night. I've been a little busy and have a hard time making the Shortwave channel some new videos lately. And I need to brush up on that, but with the caregiving duties plus my friend that has cancer that I have to go and take care of regularly, it gets tiresome and gets to a point where you're like, yeah, okay, give me time to breathe, because I have too much on my shoulders. Plus the last week and the next few weeks, the number of hospital visits for every single little thing is staggering. It's like bogging me down terribly. So I do stuff. I do my tech channel, which is very important for my revenue. And at some point, I'm like, I get to a point where I don't feel like doing more videos. It's like I got enough for a day. But I gotta take that channel back up on the Shortwave and start doing more stuff again. So it's the life I'm in right now. 11168 is the next frequency. So I guess I just do this, and whoops, didn't go fast enough. This, oh, it's the middle. Sorry, I took the wrong one. The middle knob. The middle knob is the one that I have to. Here we go. 11168. Here we go. I thought it was the big knob. 11168 in 6 minutes for the next traffic. 6855. Mike B, the loop plugged into the PL330 really works well. It helps cut out the noise, boost my signal strength, gives me a much better signal to noise ratio. Lazy Susan, that just makes it that much easier. Definitely, that's pretty cool. Yeah, the AN200 is great. Absolutely, that antenna is just so cool. Bought from Wikia, I got to, because it gets very, very tough at times to deal with all of it. And dealing with the healthcare system is also another story. It's sometimes extremely complicated. It's very, all the government asshole behind all of it is like, yeah. Yeah, it's not a middle finger, can it? It's a middle knob. DX Danny Shortwave, yeah. Okay. 6885. You mean 6855? Let's check it out. We have some time. Let's go back to 6855 for a few seconds. Let's go to 6855. 6855. Pretty amazing. What's this here? I'll check something here. Oh, Trenton Military.
5,000 overcast. From 1400 Zulu, wind 270.
Trenton Military in Ontario, Canada, 6754.
Ceiling 2,500 broken. From 2000 Zulu, wind 300 at 5. Visibility more than 6. Few clouds at 3.
So 6754 with Trenton Military coming in quite well.
No report received.
Almay Sam, nice to have you here. Says 6935 also.
Military. Time 2.
So let's go to 69. So 69855, very strong.
more good stuff coming up.
Pop Shop Radio.
Radio from the town of Owen, British Columbia in Canada. We're heard radio station on Channel 292 in Germany. For a Pop Shop Radio QSL card, send us a reception report to radiopopshop@gmail.com. Follow us on the web at www.popshopradio.ca or find us on Blue Sky at Pop Shop Radio. Stay tuned, boys and girls, for a shortwave radiogram coming right up at the end of the show.
You're listening to Pop Shop Radio with my sweetie Tony.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Pop Shop Radio. I love you, babe. Here is AB.
So, somebody's sending, I could see the letters around 68, 66. There's somebody sending, if you look after an SDR, somebody's sending some letters. If you have an SDR, go tune a 6866. There's some stuff there happening. $69.35, another pirate, yep. $69.35. So let's go to 11,168. Any traffic coming in a few seconds. So 68.55 Pop Shop Radio, which is retransmitted by our pirate. 688 or 686 something. There's some waterfall stuff going on. And 6935, there's another pirate also. Frank, old radios can get Canadian here sometimes. Frank Ireland 6855, pretty good here in Florida. Here we go. Here we go. It's here, 11168. Dustinov 6754 coming in good. Danny Shortwave 6754, 9 plus 20. Yeah, a lot of these signals are probably more to the East Coast, Joseph. Craig, I need to hurry, so sorry. No problem, Craig. Take care, my friend. Stay safe. See you next Saturday at 20 hours UTC. Mixed Radio International 6866. DK2, no more 43 meter pirate copied here, though I can kind of see 6855 on the waterfall. Mike B has 11167. How many is I'm not getting 11168 in Central Ohio? And you're tuning in CW, Alme Sam, or try 11167 upper sideband. Some interesting stuff there. Ah, there you go. Because if you're in upper sideband, you don't hear it. Because you're just 0 beat. That's why I asked, are you correct in the correct mode? I was just curious because I thought, well, somebody in Colorado's hearing it. I'm hearing it in Ohio, somewhere in the middle. I would guess you would hear it too. So that's why I thought, just wanted to ask if you were in the correct mode. So that one's coming in. Cheers. That's a good question, Tosanov. I'm gonna check out something here. I'm gonna go to Kiwi SDRs and click on the map. If I go to Russia, where in Russia? So here we go. So this is Moscow, Cherepovets, Tambov, Saratov, and this one doesn't say what city, or Izhevsk. So there's none in St. Petersburg itself, from what I see. Let me check. I'm curious if I go to a Moscow, Russia SDR. Oh, page doesn't work. All right. Page doesn't work in Moscow, Russia. Let's try another one in, because I know these are probably intended to Europe. Let's see. If I try the Cherepovets here. Enable audio anywhere to start. Skip. This one is different. It's on the buzzer. It's funny. Yeah, it's there. This one is in a Russian SDR, which is Cherepovets. Like WX50 tuning 6866 via online Kiwi SDR in Vermont. Yeah, there are letters going through on 6866. Mike B 11167 Southwest Colorado. Tosanov very strong. Only some okay. Yeah, you know what? They're so close, RJ Dakota, that I was thinking, could it be rebroadcast, like Pop Shop Radio is rebroadcast by Mixed Radio International. So the signal is so wide, it also incorporates the data of the letters going through. I've seen that done a few times on Mixed Radio International. So this definitely is Danny Shortwave 11168 CW S5 S7. Here it's about S3 to S2 to S4, something like that. Well, S5 at peaks maybe. Here in Montreal, without the without any amplification, because of course I could, like, you know, do this and say, hey, I'm gonna amp 2, and here I'm at S9, but you know, that's with the amplification to the max on the radio. I usually use the radio without the amplification inside it. Jasmine, Mixed Radio International, my favorite pirate. Joseph, last night when I heard V7 Spanish Lady, it was on top of a teletype. Is that normal, or was it actually 2 signals? It probably was 2 signals. They are separate things, but you probably heard 2 signals at the same time. Like Jasmine says, it's probably 2 signals. I don't think there's a teletype on the V7. You know, you got to remember that these guys, they go on and somebody tells them, this is the frequency we're going to use. And there's the total disregard of whatever else is around. So you could have a number station just, you know, it was like that Russian number station from Asiatic Russia that I heard on 15721. I mean, at that time, Radio New Zealand was on 15720. You could hear Radio New Zealand and you can hear the numbers on 15721, you know, mixing in. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Danny Shortwave, Yezu FT991A with end-fed wire antenna, 80 feet of wire sloper, 64-to-1 Unun. Might be, okay, so that's the Russian numbers. And we're actually overlapping the V13 that are actually in a few seconds. If you guys want to try the V13s, these are these, Joseph, you might have a possible V13 at 0 UT in exactly a few seconds. These are the frequencies: 15388, 15890, and 18040. Target is Asia. You guys on the West Coast have a good chance on this one. You should check it out and see what happens. I'm going to try upper sideband. So let's go to 18040. Not hearing anything. 15890. And 15388. So I don't hear anything here, but it's not impossible that you guys on the West Coast might be hearing some stuff. And it seems that our friend our M12 has just ended on 11168. Pop Shop has Light My Fire by the Doors. David Ward, 15388 Faint in Texas. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV. You take care. Nice to have you here as usual. Always fun to have you on board. So, you guys want me to continue a little more? See what's on the bands and what signals are there? we can do another. We can do a little bit more. If you guys want to have us continue tuning, checking out what's up on this Sunday evening. We're not here on Sunday very often. So anything else coming up here in the number stations in 20 minutes, 22 minutes. Oh, this is going to be interesting. A F01 on 15672, which is a kind of RTTY. So that means we just put it here, refresh, here we go. And so F01 15672, which sounds like some kind of so if I play the audio sample, this is what it sounds like. Sorry for your ears. I guess this was maybe a little loud. So that's what it sounds like. Moscow, Russia. It can come from Moscow, Russia, Orenburg, Russia, Chita, Russia, or even from Havana, Cuba. So this is FSK at 200 bauds. Digital mode by the Russian 6 operator using the custom FSK system compatible with ITA2 RTTY. It consists of 5-digit groups. In null messages, only single 00000 groups appear. Huh. Very interesting. So, maybe we could try that one, but we're not really sure what that one would come from, especially from North America. If it comes from Cuba, that would be logical for North America, but it can come from direct from Russia. Depends on if the transmitters work. 15672 in 21 minutes. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. We're going to keep an eye on that one. Hey Nancy, take care. Love you. Stay safe. And wow, hope that heart surgery is not too serious, and hope it actually works well for you. We're all praying for you. We're all thinking of you. And stay safe, Nancy. Thanks for being here. So shortwave signal, hearing V13 weak on SDR in Japan. Kenneth says, had a heart stint last September. Hope all goes well. Yep, you got to take care. We're all thinking about you. We're all thinking about you. So, you're watching the Shortwave Live Show. Remember that if you want to contribute, there's the Super Chat, where you can, of course, give a little something. And there's the Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat Fund through PayPal. On either email works. It sends to the same place. If you want to send a little something, choose one of the emails and just send whatever you can. You know, it doesn't matter if you. Sometimes people are shy because they're like, oh well, I'll send just $1. Well, even if it's just $1, it's something. You know, if we say it, a lot of people always say it is if you you know, if a lot of people would send just $1, which is almost nothing for most people, it'd be even more interesting. You know. Jasmine, so Gilles, are you ready to hear more UFO stories next week and hearings in Congress? Oh God, I gotta tell you, we're I'm fed up of reading so much stuff coming from the U.S. right now, and you know, let's stick to radio, and maybe you know what? Well, I don't know. You know, the only maybe we should, you know, and have like, you know, a let's everybody have a shortwave radio. Let's buy one shortwave radio for every American citizen. Why not? a shortwave radio for everyone act is just crazy. Cannot protect Paul the cat from Pizza the Hut. The Hut. Oh man, restaurants are so. Jasmine says a D88 808 for everyone. Absolutely. And if you must be American in some way, hey, a sea crane for everyone. That'll be a nice radio to have. Might be a single sideman for the USA. I like that. Thank you so much, SWL Signals, for the donation. It's much appreciated. Man. Oh, man. So, yeah, you know. So, 69305, yeah, there was a pirate there. If we look at the... Let's go through from... I'm going to tune like from 6500 and go up slowly. See what's... This is how I would tune usually. I would go very slowly. Make sure I don't miss out on anything. Sometimes you have these little weak signals when in the background that can easily be missed if you tune too fast. In between the international broadcast bands, and sometimes even in the international broadcast bands, I will always use single sideband. Why? Because if there's a little something, even a weak station, the carrier will be detectable with single sideband. By the way, I had this, this is cool. The neighbor downstairs, which loves Paul the cat, her cat died a couple of weeks ago, and she gave me a little picture like this. So this is Alice. Her name is Alice. What you see here is how she reacted every time I would go out of my apartment to go down. She wanted to go and wait for me every time. So she said, well, you know what? I took this picture and I made you a little, you know, picture for you so that you can, you know, see how happy she was every time that you actually came down the stairs. She really wanted to see you, and she always wanted to go out and meet you up, and she was so nice. So nice. So Alice... She was cute. She was cute. This is the kind of neighbors I have. We're all like really, you know, good people in the building here, and we talk to each other and have fun and share, and you know, and this is the coolness of this place also. Everybody's happy and everybody knows each other, which is nice because a lot of places I've lived before, people just don't talk to each other, you know. I can tell you. RGA Dakota, premium shortwave radio for everyone. Good idea. Good deal. It is a good deal. Like Oprah, everybody gets a radio. You get a radio. You get a radio. You all get a radio. Just look under your seats. Mike WX50, I wanted a Drake R7A. I don't think it would fit under my seat though. Well, if you sit and you're much higher than usual, it probably is under your seat. MDK2, I have some money on hand, so I just ordered a Shark RF Open Spot 4 Pro hotspot. Cool. Kamikaze 76. Is it better to send donations via PayPal or Super Chat? I heard some other content providers say PayPal is better. PayPal is better because the fees are absolutely less. YouTube takes 30%. On PayPal, well, you have a fee, and the fee is usually a few percent, but it doesn't reach 30%. I know that the fees on PayPal vary depending on countries, but PayPal is more interesting because, yeah, it does give me more money for the same amount you will send. So, you know, somebody that sends $10 on PayPal, I'll get maybe, you know, $9 and something. On YouTube, well, $3 are going to be taken off. So it's going to be $7. But, you know, wherever it's easier and you know, not a hassle, it's okay. Wherever it's easier, that's it. That's okay. I mean, you know, it's nice that YouTube gives that possibility. Yeah, rest in peace, Alice. Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, it is sweet. You know, I mean, we are always, like, you know, we're getting into fall. I like to cook, and I will cook. One of my little pleasures as we go into fall is donuts. I make my own home donuts, which is the same recipe my mom and my grandmom did, and they taste exactly the same. So I used to make a donut party where we would have beer and donuts, which I know don't mix very well, but we'd have the donuts first, and then we'll have the beer for the rest of the night. So what I do is when I make my donuts, I make these little baskets, and I put donuts in the baskets, and I go to each apartment, and it's like, here's your little personal donut basket. They're still warm, by the way, and they're all like, everybody goes crazy. It's like everybody just loves that. So it's like, yeah, I always want to share those, because I always make like, you know, 100 donuts. I'm not gonna eat 100 donuts, so I got enough to give to people, and it's part of a ritual for me. When I make donuts, it's always after Halloween. It's like more in November-ish, late November. If I get the fryer out and start making donuts, I can bet you one thing is that there'll be some Christmas music playing, and I'll hang a string of lights, and it's like, okay, Christmas has started, and this is how my mom started Christmas, donuts. And so I kind of recreate that. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel like happy, you know. Like, kind of gives me some of the good memories of the past. Man. Well, from where good neighbors are godsend, bad neighbors can lead to. I had a couple of those in the past. I can tell you right now, it's just perfect the way it is. It's just perfect. Yeah, 6855 was saying they would transmit some a radiogram type picture. Jasmine, love my building. All of my neighbors talk with each other and are supportive to each other. Oh, that's good. That's nice when you have some space like that. The worst part is when I moved here, everybody didn't talk to anyone. It was like a very weird place. I remember the neighbor on apartment 4. She was like, I tried to say hello. I had the impression that she was like scared that I was some kind of pervert or something. And I was like, I just said hello, and she's just turned away and like, don't talk to me. Like, what the hell is this? Downstairs, they weren't very friendly either, and I was like, wow, this is the kind of building I'm in. Nobody wants to talk to me. All right, fine. And then we had because I've been here 25 years, the new neighbors come in, and the new neighbors were much more friendly. It was like, oh, okay, now I can talk to someone, you know. But the funniest one is that neighbor that gave me the picture of Alice. She was for a long time we didn't really talk to each other until my friend from high school that lives in Vancouver said, she showed a picture of Paul the cat, and she said, my sister sent me this picture. Is that your cat? And I said, yeah, that's Paul the cat. She's like, where do you live? And I gave my address, and she's like, my sister lives in that building, and she took that picture. And this is how it all started. It's like, oh, she's your sister? And then she wrote to her and she says, you know, Gilles is... I went to high school with him. And it all started with that. It was like, wow, okay, the world is really small. Really small. Tilbrook Tim, what is your other channel? I just purchased the RSP 1B and need help. I think we should maybe talk more like directly somehow. If you have, do you have problems with the RSP1B? Or is just in operating the RSP1B, or just out of curiosity? Because yeah, that's also the other advantage. Like Danny Shortwave says, PayPal is instant and all of that. But you know, still, whatever is easier is you know, the thing that you use, and that's it. One or the other. Yeah, Jasmine, that's a big problem when we move on. Maybe send me an email on official Shortwave Radio, or we can find some other way. I can actually use maybe we can use a Zoom. I could set up a Zoom at some point when you're free, and we can maybe go, because I'm wondering, do you have any problems operating it, or because it's really plug and play. You plug it in, and actually you install the software before you plug it in. You install the software. Once it's all there, you plug it in, like SDR Connect or SDR. What's the other one? The SDR. I'm starting to forget the old one, which is their software. Anyways, SDR Connect is the new one. Anyways, you install the software. Once it's installed, you plug it. You wait. Restart the PC. Then you start, and it usually works. And that's it. So I don't know if you're having any issues. And by the way, they are SDR Play are very, very good at support if you talk to them. They're very, very helpful also. Jasmine, oh my God, Jill, I love homemade donuts. Don't talk. I would make homemade donuts every month if I could. But I just, you know, I don't want to be. I'm already fat. I don't want to be fatter. But you know, it's my winter little fun thing, and it's like, you know, I make donuts. I'll make donuts probably twice between, say, November 1st, like after Halloween. It's like now especially if it's cold outside. If one morning I wake up and it's like -10 outside, it's like donut time. I want to make donuts. If it's snowing, it's automatic. It's donut day. The first snow, donut day. Snow outside, It's donut day. David Ward, anyone know what's on 6879? 6879. Oh, look at that. There's a... let's try to... it's going faster than I can tune. Yeah, I understand. So, 6879. I do not have anything here. So what I think is this is probably very wide. Let's do this. Oops, done this. 12. Yeah, that looks like a 5 span. 10 kilohertz. Oh yeah, look at how wide that signal from mixed radio is. This is typical mixed radio. A signal that's extremely wide. So it contains the mixed radio and it contains all the extra on the right, which also contains the letters going through. Pretty incredible. The how wide the signal is on Mixed Radio International. RJ Dakota. More music on pirate radio than ever before. There used to be a lot more open opinion. There used to be the pirates in the 80s and the 90s often had shows, and they produced their own programming. They had all sorts of things, comedy skits, all sorts of things that were interesting. Today, they're more like, radio DJs. They just, I guess their dreams was, I always wanted to be on the radio and be a radio DJ, and that's what they do. They play music. So, like me, my neighbor made fresh peach and blueberry fritters and gifted me a few. What a good surprise. Absolutely. That's fun. Oh, you might be hearing some MarsNet, David Ward. They often talk, if they have calls like Alpha 1 Kilo Delta Delta and things like that, you might be hearing a MarsNet. And often they have digital transmissions in between the talk. So it could be a MarsNet, which is a military auxiliary radio system for U.S. Air Force. Oh, you don't have that in Sherbrooke, Perry? We have one here downtown. I'm not impressed personally. One I want to try, there's the new Homer donut shop, and they have all of these amazing donuts. They cost a fortune, but it's like you can have a donut shaped like Cookie Monster and so on. It's just so amazing. And they have, of course, the favorite donut that Homer Simpson always eats. I want to try that, and it's not that far here, basically. What I miss here in Montreal is Dunkin' Donuts. They had such good donuts. I never buy donuts at Tim Hortons. I hate Tim Hortons. It's no good. It's no good. We talk about life here. Donuts, shops, shortwave, everything goes. You mean Pop Shop Radio, old radios? It's in probably in the Northeast. Okay, Perry. Yeah, we have one downtown. It's okay. Does Omer Donut say "buh"? You can get SDR Play software to download. So let me... Do you have some antivirus extension in your browser or something? So here's where SDR Play. So you need to download this. I'm just going to give you the page, and hopefully you're at that page. No, this is not what I want. SDRplay.com. I don't want to search for it. I want to go directly there. And I'm going to give you a link and see if you can get it from there. Wow, the SDR Play website is not... Let me go to the Chrome browser here. Google Chrome. SDR Play. Oh, something seems to be wrong with the SDR Play website. It's not loading right now. I'm going to try to... Yeah, it's not loading. SDRplay.com doesn't load right now. What the hell? SDR Play. Something wrong with their website. I'm not even able to go to it right now. So there must be something, I don't know if they're updating servers or something. It's just not responding. I'll wait a little and try a little later if I can get it, and I'll try to give you a link to the download of SDR Connect. To Broketum. If not, write to me at official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Write me there, and we'll try to arrange it so that you can download it. If you can't download it from there, what I'll do is I'll download the software and I'll put it on Google Drive, and I'll send you a share link for Google Drive download. But my own main donuts are always the best. I'm going to tell you that. Paul Stringer, that's interesting. I've never heard of a SSTV transmission during a broadcast. Yeah, this one was not slow scan TV. It probably used download like with FLDG. If you use MFSK modes, you have pictures that can be also transmitted during an AM broadcast or a slow scan broadcast. But there's a lot of pirates send slow scan TV. When you listen to a pirate radio, do prepare your software or whatever device you have for a slow scan TV, because they often send out slow scan TV. Another broadcast that is sending out pictures is the radiogram, the shortwave radiogram. Shortwave radiogram is a broadcast that you'll hear on a regular station like WRMI. And so what's the schedule? Is there one? If there would be one close now, would be kind of cool. So UTC Mondays 08, so no, nothing tonight. But you tune in one of those frequencies, so shortwave radiogram. You load FLDG software, and you can decode the text and the pictures, and it's being sent in MFSK 16, and it's you don't need single sideband or anything, just a radio that tunes WRMI or whatever station sends the broadcast. Yeah, it's not, there's a problem with SDR Play right now. The website doesn't work. Take care, Danny Shortwave. Always a pleasure to have you here. Doesn't know if I got FLDG for Android, but I think I actually got FL message instead. Yeah, I've never been able to have it work well on the FLDG thing for Android, so I don't know exactly. Exactly. So, you know, it's kind of interesting to see what happens with that. Okay, yeah, there's something about it. I should check it out and see what I can what I can do on my Android device, basically. Because yeah, I've had it once and I haven't tried it in a long time. If I check out here, FLDG, what does it do? Yeah, let me check it out and see what we can this is the problem with the different platforms and the different software and stuff. $54 Cal, have a great week and good night, everyone. Going to try E11 at 0315 if I can stay awake. Now, what's going to be the frequency for that one at 0315? E11 at 0315 is going to be 12630. Yeah, I hope propagation is going to be good enough because E11 comes from Poland, I believe, right? Let me check it out here. Oblique, yeah, it's from Poland. Warsaw, Poland. That's the one I caught on my day at Perry Island a couple of weeks back, which was very weak on the Sangean. You know what's worse? I later called myself a little stupid because the Sangean's audio was very low. I had the ICOM ICR30, which does SSB on shortwave. And I thought, oh, I could have tuned it on my ICOM instead to see if it's better, you know. Paul Stringer, if they are transmitting digital signals, where on these SDRs are the decoders? A lot of the decoders are, because the Kiwi SDRs, if you're tuning a Kiwi SDR, they have a certain amount of decoding, but there's a lot of decoding that are not, there's a lot of modes that are not on QSLs. So if I go here, for example, I'm going to check it out with the Lamont Don Moments on SDRs, which pretty much has everything usually. So there you got AL2G, color map, CW decoder, DRM, fax, FSK, FT8, HFDL, Navtex. Yeah, they don't have those decoders. MFSK is not part of the decoding there. You need to have software on your devices, your phone, tablet, your PC. FLDG does it all. And actually, the radiogram and a lot of these broadcasts are based on FLDG. They are expecting you to use the FLDG software and decode from there. There's kind of a variant. Let me see here. FLDG Android. So, yeah, they have a APK, which is a download FL message, but it says FL message. I'm not sure. There was another one. FLDG had some other name on Android or something. Like I talked about it actually earlier at the beginning. If you guys weren't there, Radio Pakistan, I have one QSL letter from them from 1983-4, and that's what I was hearing. The English slow speed news, and back in '83-ish, I was listening to Radio Australia on 21740. And I decided to tune to see if I heard anything else in the 13-meter band. It was very late at night. It was like 02, 03 UT, which is like 10 or 11 p.m. here. And I heard this signal. And it was the slow speed English Radio Pakistan news. I made a reception report. It's the only time I heard Pakistan. And it's the only time I was able to make a reception report. Thank you. I have a QSL letter now. I've never heard Pakistan again. But I was talking about it because in the International Radio Report show that we had this morning, we talked about the fact that we had the Radio Pakistan is actually getting an investment from the government to make to refresh and restart all the shortwave stuff from Pakistan, and it seems they want to refresh and restart and even better than before. So let's cross our fingers that this is not just words, that it actually will happen literally. But that could be cool if Radio Pakistan, like Radio Voice of Nigeria, if it comes back with all of it, it could be very, very interesting. Same thing with that. So, this is going to be something to look for, definitely. Definitely. So, it's kind of cool. Some shortwave broadcasters seem to be really thinking about, well, maybe we can restart or make shortwave good again in our countries. Voice of Nigeria wants to make Radio Nigeria really like the top shortwave station in Africa, the top shortwave news outlet of Africa, which is very cool. So we'll see what happens with that. And hopefully, maybe, at some point, you know what? We'll have that happening. Maybe at some point we'll have those stations coming back. It's it's hard to see what exactly is going to happen, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun to have these back on shortwave for sure. All of them, honestly. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. You know. Anything else that we want to check out or try? Let's see here. So Pirate still going on well on 6855. And yeah. What else do we have? Let's check out here. So radio. There's Radio Romania 11620 right now. So Radio Kuwait, yeah, Radio Kuwait is still on the air in Arabic once a day, and that's the only thing we have. They used to have the FM, because when they used to be on 15540, they used to have their FM outlet, and it was what we heard with all the pop music and everything on the like the afternoons. That was that's another summer memory for me, because Radio Kuwait in the summertime was coming in great, and in the winter was tough to get. There's one last transmission right now from Radio Kuwait on shortwave. It is in Farsi to Iran from 8:08 to 10 UTC on 7250. It's the only transmission left from Radio Kuwait. Wish they would. And the worst part is they are. They register their frequencies like 15540. Still, but they're not broadcasting on it. It's crazy. Paul Stringers, are these decoders under extensions? No, you download the software on your phone, and your phone has a program, and the program has a list of modes. And you choose the mode that you need for what you want to do. It's something you gotta learn. Mike WX50 at Radio Kuwait 11650. I got two Radio Kuwait QSLs. One is from the 80s, and one is after the Kuwait invasion by Iraq, which is a QSL that kind of celebrates, or says, it's kind of a celebration of, always remember prisoners of war and stuff. So it's like I got a before and an after QSL from Radio Kuwait, actually. Some that were listening that day actually heard, and this must have been very interesting, when Iraq invaded, those that were listening to Radio Kuwait that day, they actually were on the air live when the station was taken over by Iraq. And they were just screaming and pleading for, help, that they were getting invaded and that they needed help. It must have been very dramatic. If anyone has a recording of that, apparently it was something to listen to. That and Call Israel, when Iraq was sending the missiles over Israel, you could hear the alerts in the background of Call Israel while they're making their broadcasts. You could hear the sirens, the warning sirens. RJ Dakota Radio RSA tried to do that by changing to Channel Africa. It didn't go well for them. Yeah, Channel Africa, I don't know. Marty68, nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. David Ward is listening to Romania 11620. Frank Ireland, Joe, did you say that pop rock radio is not... No, Pop Shop Radio itself is not a pirate. This is a pirate retransmitting Pop Shop Radio. Pop Shop Radio is it's a guy, Tony Pavic, in Hope in British Columbia, is the guy behind Pop Shop Radio. He actually pays airtime over stations like Channel 292. He's paid even over WRMI at times to have his radio show play. He's even paid for Wofferton UK transmitter side of the to rebroadcast his shows. What we're hearing tonight is a pirate rebroadcasting Pop Shop Radio. Jasmine, okay, why did Radio Kuwait play American pop music? Like if I am trying to listen to some, yeah, you know what? Radio Kuwait, when they were on the air like 3 hours, for 3 hours in English. It was the rebroadcast of an FM outlet in Kuwait City. And most of it was always American pop music. But not, there was that, and I understand what you're saying, that maybe that's not what you want to hear. Then again, I didn't really care, honestly. But they had segments in there of Kuwait life, you know, things that are Kuwait related, you know, whatever, the life of the people, or, you know, whatever they wanted to say. So it wasn't 3 hours of music. It was, let's say, 2 hours of music and 1 hour of small bits everywhere of Kuwait life and whatever. Things like that. But for the rest, it was a lot of pop music, absolutely. And so, you know, it's like you're not... I understand what you're saying, because you're not listening to a foreign country to hear... You know, I'm not listening to another station from another country to hear Celine Dion. You know, it's not... This is Canadian. But you know what, that's the way it was. Their station was a pop music station with bits of Kuwait life in it, and that was what pretty much was Kuwait was forever. I mean, for as long as I can remember, even in the 80s, Radio Kuwait, that was it. That was pop music, American pop music, and bits of whatever they had to say, including, I think they had a bit about like the Holy Quran and stuff like that in it. So, you know, it's, for me, you know, the guy that I am, I like program listening. For me, listening to Kuwait was much more of a, well, this is Kuwait. I'm listening to a station from Kuwait. Much more than anything else, honestly. Because not just that, for me, Radio Kuwait was uninteresting because it had this American pop music, which is what I don't listen to. You know, I listen to rock, more rock style stuff, which was not really playing there. So I didn't really necessarily enjoy the music or anything. But, you know, it was just, I'm listening to Kuwait. I left it there for a while because it's Kuwait. But, you know, that was probably more of a DX guy thing than anything else. But that's the way it was. That was the way it was. Oh yeah, I mean, put yourself as a teenage guy or a teenage girl that discovers shortwave and is already amazed that I'm getting all of these countries. And one day you're tuning and, wow, this is Kuwait. Cool. So I didn't care what they were broadcasting. It was, oh, this is Kuwait. Honestly, when they had their broadcasting of like, sorry, when they had their I'm not hearing anything on 21800, but I have the impression there's a signal. It might be. I'm just gonna try something here. I don't know. Is 1788 there? Nope. Usually China's there. So propagation is okay, but not the best it could be actually. So there's a lot of that going on, Jasmine. A lot of what I heard, I didn't necessarily care about. Yeah, 21800, I can tell you, is at that frequency. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the jammers of CRI. 21800. So at this time, you're hearing the CNR1 jammer Fire Drake. So this is the jammer for Sound of Hope. So you're listening to the Chinese National Radio 1 jammer. That's Chinese. There's a very, very weak carrier here, but very weak. But honestly, like, Mike WX50 says, I would rather listen to native music, but definitely. I didn't tune Radio Kuwait for the music. And US pop music and stuff like that. I was listening. I was much more, an example. If HGJB was playing those Ecuadorian music songs, which were just great. That was exotic. That was cool, But some stations would play more of the pop music stuff, There's a lot of these stations that were like that, like the Solomon Islands. I played U.S. pop music mostly. Yep, absolutely. There were stations like that, and that's the way it was. Basically, it was more of a well, yeah, okay, that's not what I want to listen to, but I do know it comes from that far away country, and that's cool. That was mostly it. But I would much rather listen to, some exotic programming or some programming that were really, unique, and telling me what your country is all about is much more interesting. That's why I like Radio Romania, and especially they have that series that they're playing, which is really cool, which is, explaining how Romania worked in the communist era. It's just so amazing. So, But Jasmine, that's not interesting. I don't want to go on the internet and go by nation or anything. It is uninteresting. I don't care about anything through the internet from any country. I'm a radio guy. Like a lot of us are radio guys. The internet is great, and if people do connect with nations through the internet, it's fantastic. I'm not saying it's bad. It's all right. It's great. But I'm a guy that's like, I listen to the streams of some of the stations like Radio Polonia. But there's no excitement. The excitement was I could listen to that same news through a shortwave signal that came from Poland. But for the rest, it's fine. It's cool that the internet has all of this to offer. Definitely. Absolutely. It's just I'm not the one interested in that. It's, Oh, absolutely. I'm sure, Jasmine. You discovered tons of things with that. Absolutely. You actually came at a time where all of this is available. So for you, the excitement, I was with my nephew that I went to Ukraine Festival yesterday. My nephew is like 31 or something like that, 31, 32 years old. I'm trying to remember his 31 years old, I think. He's grown up in the era where all of this is available. There's a mix of all of it. And with his uncle that showed him so many things, he knows Shortwave, even participated in a couple of live shows. And as somebody that's younger, of course the way things are and work are different. So the idea behind it is that depending on the generation you are and what technology you had in your face, your views and your way of seeing all of this is different. You are younger than us, and you are an internet child, basically. We are, a lot of us, the only thing we could see about listening to anything happening outside of our little world, okay, especially if you are part of all of us that were in the Cold War, if we wanted to know what really was happening outside, Shortwave was great for that. We actually had a much clearer view of. And one thing I'm going to say about the internet is, although there are some great news sources and all, you'll never have the possibility on the internet of necessarily viewing something as well as radio could have done it, because censorship is too high and bias is too high. And I mean, there was bias in radio. Bias was there everywhere. We were, there was propaganda channels on shortwave, absolutely, telling us all sorts of things. But back then, the way to get the idea of what happens around the world was shortwave. But the things that like K-pop never crossed and all of that, there are things that happens absolutely in one way. There's what you say about Canadian American radio not playing certain things. Absolutely, it's an absolute truth. They play what they want to play. They block when they want to block. And for a long time, it was difficult. It was like a long time ago. You know, I remember when Sting did is Nothing Like the Sun album and Dream of the Blue Turtles. You know, we're in 1985, 6, 7. You know why? He took people from different backgrounds and different, you know, there were black people, there were every you know, if he could have used every community possible, is because he understood that there was such a thing, and I think there is such a thing still today, of white radio and black radio. And there's, you know, we might have think that the barriers are gone, but you know what? They're still there. They might be softer. We still have barriers, and we still have strong barriers of different things. Sting did that because he understood, as a white guy that's popular, will white radio play Sting because now his musicians are black? And that was great, because they had to. They had to. You're not going to play Sting because he's got black people in his band. And they had to play Sting. Sting was too popular to not play on the air. And so there are tons of things like that that over the years happen. You know what? I look at Gangnam Style. What made Gangnam Style popular? Yeah, absolutely, the internet. K-pop. Suddenly we got this guy from South Korea that is extremely popular, and you can't miss him. The internet has some great sides to it because of that. The freedom of, and we got to be careful, because that freedom could easily shift and be gone because of control over the internet. Okay? Don't think that your freedom of internet usage is something that's given. It's there. No. Tomorrow morning, any country we are in, something happens, the internet freedom could be gone. And we got to be very, very careful with that. But yes, there are things that happen. Gangnam Style would never have been popular as it is if it was not that, the internet and the YouTube video that went, like, you know, they had to change how the counter worked for the number of viewers, the number of people seeing your video, because the number of views couldn't go past a certain amount. And now they have for the first time in their lives, it goes over 1 billion, and it's not made because they never thought somebody would ever break the 1 billion mark. And well, they had to change things because, you know, we got one guy now. You know, this is what the internet absolutely has a great place for that. And yes, it will go around the barriers of stations. I don't listen to FM radio, not because I don't want to. I don't listen to FM radio because it's stuck in a bubble that is so freaking boring. And I'm tired of you always, like, because I'm rock, I will not go and go to this area. Because I'm pop, I will not. Please, stop making these barriers on every freaking thing on FM radio and on radio in general. And our media today is, look, I don't want to make it any political, but I'm very happy right now to be in Canada. And I am very sad to see things that I see without mentioning anything else. Remember one thing. We're this close of censorship on the internet to a point where it's dangerous. And I have one thing I gotta say. We have to stop the big tech giants from getting even bigger. Google should be broken into everything that it has. That judgment that happened last week, which the judge has said, well, it's fine, you can keep Chrome and you can... What is that kind of stupid judgment? Google needs to be broken up. Google is controlling everything. No, break it up. Break it up. Some people don't want that. Microsoft is too big. These companies are too big. They need to be broken up in different parts that are owned by other people. They need to just, be controlled. Facebook. Every time I see Mark Zuckerberg, I want to puke. Every time I see him, I just wish, if anybody out there looking at this video saying, hey, I can help you create a Facebook alternate, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do a Facebook alternate that will hopefully get on and say, you know what? This is going to be different. Facebook should be punished. I see things on Facebook that are so crazy that I was like, Facebook should be punished. Facebook should be broken down. Broken down. But no, billionaires, and seeing billionaires with a president sucking up to his ass, that's even worse. That's even worse. I can't. I just can't. So, anyways, that was what I wanted to say. But the big companies are just... But no, imagine how Google is laughing right now. Yeah, because the young generation doesn't like Facebook. But Facebook is, you know what? 3 billion of people. It's not just boomers, Jasmine. 3 billion people use it every single day. It's the most powerful social media, with X owned by that stupid idiot. These things need to stop. It's much worse than you think, Jasmine. Younger generations, I think, don't like Facebook. And I know that there's something there. And you know what? There's decisions aren't... when I talked about it on my tech channel, about that Google decision, where you're like, why are you... That judge, a year earlier, was saying how Google was bad and it needs to change. A year later, what happened? I would like to know. Did Google pay you? And we don't know? Did Google say, hey, just be friendly and, hey, here's $100 million? I'd like to know. Toast and Love, it's not that the basics of it, like Facebook and YouTube, aren't good. I mean, I'm on YouTube. It's when you start looking at all the things around it and the way it's controlled. If you are a conspiracy theorist guy or girl, and you do a couple of searches, Facebook immediately will send you to what you want to see, which is not necessarily the good stuff. There's no freedom. It just sends you to, hey, so you want to see UFOs in Area 51? Hell, here, go for it. Oh, look at this guy. He saw stuff that nobody talks about. It's like, that's the problem. That's the problem. It's, it's just crazy. And the problem is we're getting with these companies that are just too big. Way too big. We can't... the freedom will not exist anymore when these companies are so powerful, and they are very powerful right now, that we can't do anything about it anymore. We still can do something about it. But it seems that people don't want to. Even here, in Canada, the government, because of Trump, moved away from a 100 billion tax on Facebook, Google, pretty media. I'm mad as hell at my government right now. It's like, no, go for it. Don't take it off because someone on the other side of the border says, well, we're going to attack you if you do that. Go for it. I don't know. Yeah. It's very tough to move people away from stuff. And the average person, and this is where, when we talk about all this, we are talking about something where the average person goes on Facebook and has its links with its friends and its family and everything, just like David Work said. You keep, this is how they keep us. Yeah, I got all my friends and my family here. I've never been in contact with my family as much as with Facebook existing now. And that's how they keep us. It's like, oh, this is cool, Oh, my sister did this yesterday. With, some crap in the middle of whatever they want us to see. But, that's the thing. Yeah, we're in deep shit, and that's really, really, Yeah, Signal. I don't know. Where will we be? And, maybe the younger generation that doesn't want to use Facebook or Twitter knows better. I don't know. Then again, TikTok, a giant Chinese thing. What are you doing with everything you guys do? They're trying to sell it. They're trying to do something. Nobody does anything. It's, left or right. The internet today is a little sad when you think about how the internet was 25 years ago. Because it's like, it seemed to be something great and something gets complicated. So, what will happen next? We're, getting back on shortwave. That's how we'll send our message. Shortwave. So, hey guys, last call for donations, and we're gonna call it off for tonight. We've been on for 5 hours and 13 minutes right now. Hey, Yarabamba, nice to have you here. So, we're going to have to we got to be careful with everything, So, well, that's your take on it, David Ward, but that's not how a lot of people see it. X is actually horrible. But we'll stay out of this. We're not going there. So thanks, guys, for being here. We're going to be back next Saturday at 20 hours UTC. And we'll hopefully have another great show. Listen to stuff that we have to stuff. And so donations, if you guys are want to, give a little something, keep the channel running, keep the live shows every week. Super chat here, or pizza fund through PayPal. And thanks so much for all of you for being here. It's always always nice. And it's always great to be here. And David Ward, no hard feelings in the comments, please. We are all friends, okay? And there's personal comments and personal views, which should be kept to the minimum here. Like everybody's entitled to its own viewpoint. Thanks for being here. It's nice to have you guys here, and take care, guys. It's really, really cool to see you. It's Sunday night. It's funny because I'm like on a Saturday night because of the live show right now. I'm almost like a Saturday night right now. So, thanks everybody. Love you all. Thanks for the show. Thanks for everything. Thanks for being here. Without you guys, this would not exist. So, take care. Love you. Stay safe. So, next Saturday. And don't forget, for those that didn't hear it, Zoom meeting on Sunday the 28th. For everybody. It's not just for people that donate. It's for everyone. It's a shortwave listening session where we'll tune the bands together on Zoom. Stay safe. Hey, Danvy. Nice to have you here. Take care. Have a great week, people. Love you.